Hello, y'all! How's it going? It is Friday, as it often is when I'm doing these viewer level streams. Usually, 99% of the time. What's going on, everyone? It has been a week since I put up my Super World, and for once we're not starting on the latest level that I put up. Am I family friendly? No. On Twitch, the stream is flagged for vulgarity, and do expect some vulgarity tonight, as, you know, I tend to get a little vulgar, you know. Just vulgar, though, you know, that's fine. Not, you know, I don't do slurs, I don't do, sometimes some sexual business comes up, but it's not like a normal thing. You know, so I don't have that tag on. Anywho, yeah, it's viewer levels. I'm gonna play viewer levels submitted by the folks at home, and it'll be a bit of fun. For once, the level in the background is right here. The level here is the first level of Super World, rather than the last one, because all the levels are done now, and why not have the first level be up? Coincidentally, something I never mentioned or didn't mention very often when talking about the last level, is that the first level also used yellow spike blocks, and I thought it was a interesting parallel to have both the first and last level feature them as a major gimmick. Though in the case of the first level, it was meant to be an easy thing, because all the pits are replaced by yellow spikes, which are not always dangerous. But in the last level, it's more for dicky purposes, you know? That's not what I meant to click. Well, this is a perfectly good place to do a card, I guess. And we get to hear some different music for once. Super World stream is soon, since it's, like, done. That's right. I mentioned before that I want to do, like, a whole stream where I play through the Super World in its entirety. And also, let me see if this is updated. I got this thing that shows, like, the progress of the Super World. That's right, I didn't take off the hard... Let me fix that. Look at that, out now. That's right. The balloon thing is out now. And what's more, it no longer needs to have these numbers that are entered as like overlays. Now the number is just part of the image. How about that? How about that? It's out now. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go to the course world. There we go. No more lessons. Want to do a stream to go through it, to talk about every level maybe, and also I would like to set a time. One of the gimmicks that you might have seen on that thing, which I'll just cause come up again, is that you can race Waluigi to Peach, which basically just means like, hey, you can, you can, I'll have a time, and you can see if you can try to beat it. And the place we will set that time will be during that stream. Mario, not Super Mario? Yeah, I don't know about that part of the name. If I'm being honest, Waluigi's Triple Threat is the name that I think the Super World really has. And Mario Country, I could take or leave that part. In fact, I kind of forgot that that was part of it, even. It could be Super Mario Country. It could be that. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. We'll think about it. It's not too late to change the name, you know. I guess I'll say. But the chair and the name Triple Threat, that's definitely part of it. That's for sure. Anyway, going to do a stream on... Let me pull up the schedule again. On Monday, next Monday, I'm going to play through it. I'm going to try to set a time. And I'm not sure, like... The one thing I wonder about going through it, right, is will I be able to do it, like, really well? Will I be able to get through it without dying, for instance? And I'm sort of tempted to do, like, okay, can I play my Super World without dying, and every time I die, I restart? But also, what if I just played through it casually first, and, you know, just had a good all the levels in a row without any funny business. And then, maybe if there's time, try to do it without dying or whatever. We'll see. That'll be Monday. Also, there are some remaining questions about, like, you know, what levels should be in the trailer, what the structure of the trailer is. I'll say I have started a little bit on it. Let me show you right now. I have on my phone here a script for it, basically like how the information will be laid out, and also like a way to like sum up each world. Actually, the levels might be different. I have a different document where I've been like listing out the levels that should be shown for each one of those worlds. And also, I think it's funny. Let me tell you an idea that I have for the trailer right now. You can see there, for this one, it says, the rumored 8th and final world. No footage of this world is known to exist. Y'all know, if you have been watching this channel for, like the last 2 years, that's not really true. Like, every stream, every Mario Maker stream, for the last 2 years, basically, has started, you know, included some sort of footage of the in-development World 8. Or, like, finished levels of World 8, something of the sorts. You know, so, it's not really true, but I think it's funny for the purposes of the trailer to act like it's the Lost World in the manual to Donkey Kong Country, too. You know, like, you know how Cranky Kong in the manual says, like, I've never seen this Lost World, it doesn't exist. What are you talking about? This is baloney. You know, that sort of shit. I think that is, very funny. And, that's, gonna be the thing. Also, I'm gonna have, like, some Waluigi voice. Mostly, this will be, like, text on screen, I'm thinking. But have Waluigi saying, like, oh yeah, oh no, and then I'll take it. When, you know, those first three things appear. And then that'll lead into some gameplay stuff. Maybe. I don't know. Need to have some good, like, just footage of levels. And, you know, let you see, like, oh, they're well decorated, they're well traditional in nature, they're cool and stuff. That's exciting. I'll also say, by the way, the Pikmin outage is over. On Tuesday, I was sad to report that the Pikmin were down for a bit. Twitch changed their APIs or something, and, that caused the Pikmin to not be able to be thrown. But now they are working, so I've re-enabled the Pikmin, and let's just see that in action real fast and confirm that 20 Pikmin is working. I only tested 3 before the stream, so let's see. Shut up! Jesus! There we go. Yeah, they're working now, so isn't that nice? You can use them again. No Mario Maker stream happened while the Pikmin were down, but they were down for a cameo stream on Tuesday, so jot that down, and they only came back, like, within the last hour, so that's not— I didn't know if we would be able to have them for tonight, so I was prepared to say, like, oh, they're still down, but they're up, and you can use them. Very good. Let's get into things. That's enough futzing around. That's enough saying things. That's enough upfront stuff. I forgot to put the first level into the thing. It's 06. It's 06 Alt, who is 06 with a different account tonight. I'm not going to worry about why. I don't know if there's any levels you haven't played on your profile, Robotic. We'll see when your level comes up. Let me explain how this works for those who are new, those who need a reminder, etc., etc. When your level comes up, if you are here, I will give it the full time of day. That is to say, 12 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. If you are not here when your level comes up, I still play the level. but I do so in very nearly, but not quite, sudden death, which means 2 tries, refreshing at checkpoints. O6I is here. I also see that S2 is here. There's some people who are here. I could use a little more cold, so I'm going to turn the temperature down in this apartment a bit. Ooh. And take a drink of my water. Hello, Hick. Do you mind calling you Hick? Hick Joe Teep. Joe Teep, I think, is maybe how you would say that. Joe Teep? I don't know. How you doing? Right then, let's get this going. Let's go ahead and set the timer. There's a lot of cards tonight, I'll say. Between the Nintendo Direct that happened, Surprise Direct, it was kind of leaked ahead of time, so, like, people knew for the last couple days that there would be a Direct, but, you know, whatever. And also, in addition to that Direct, like 12 anime ended in the last week, and I punted on covering 9 of them during the Tuesday stream, so guess what? We have 12 to discuss today. Don't worry, I will be pulling them 3 at once, so we'll just, you know, it'll only be like between 4 levels, 5 levels that we discuss them. That's gonna be a bit. I'll say, today, for this stream, I have set it so that the lightning round is started by a card, so once we get to right before anime, we'll start the lightning round, and that'll be how, when the lightning round starts. We'll see when that is. I don't know how long 5 cards, 6 cards take to get through, but we'll see. Maybe it'll be earlier than later, than usual. Maybe it'll be later than usual. We'll see, we'll see. There's like maybe 6 or 8 cards until then. And I can always, like, do them faster or slower to, you know, put it off or speed it up or whatever, I guess, you know. That's, well possible. Nice, this is cool. Did I download the Nintendo Today app? Yes, I did. And in fact, I have a card that says look at it, so we'll look at it later on. Don't you worry. I also have, like, enough hourglasses to do a 10 pull in Pokemon Pocket. I have not done a 10 pull. I have not used any hourglasses with the new pack yet, so, you know, a lot of stuff ready for tonight, you know? You know? Next week's gonna be very anime heavy, like, geez, you know. I'll say, like, tonight, we're getting over the hill, you know. Next week, there's only 9 shows. The last 9 shows of the season are ending. But there's also, like, 15 new shows? Starting up by next, Oh, this is a race. I see how this is supposed to work. Like a zero mission. Sort of a zero mission situation. Gotcha, gotcha. I understand now. Also, we can get that coin by doing this. Check this out. Yee. I'll say next week, there's like 15 new anime starting, so that'll also be a very anime-heavy stream. And since I finished Cameo on Tuesday, there won't be a Tuesday stream this week to cover half of them. Also, I don't think any of them are starting by Tuesday. I think they're all starting, like, on Tuesday or Wednesday or something. All the new shows. So that'll be interesting. There's one anime in particular I see on, like, the Annie chart that will have aired by next Friday that, like, makes me go, okay. Y'all, 06i, you might be aware of this one, since you're, like, you know, up on the anime. You notice that, Takamine, please put them on? I wonder if that's gonna be really good or really bad. I feel like that could be either really good or really bad. It's a show where the premise involves, like, oh, some sort of time travel thing? Well, the premise is that the main character can travel back in time when she takes off her underwear, so that's interesting. I wonder I wonder if that's good. I wonder if that's good. We'll find out next week, folks. Studio is just okay. Interesting. I don't really pay attention that much to the studio. You started watching Windbreaker. You enjoying it? Has really good animation. Windbreaker does. That's a show that'll be returning in the next week. Also, great level 06i, 06 alt. Very good. Let me go ahead and hit complete end timer. And bring up the next level. You're right, the animation is top tier. Oh yeah, I think it's some of the best battle animation that I've ever seen. Like, just so fluid and, like, kinetic. My god. And, like, practical? You know, it seems like, if you told me they, like, mocapped, or like, what's the word for, like, drawing over? If you told me, like, they took actual martial artists, I believe you, and just drew over them, I'd think, like, yeah, that's kind of what it looks like they did. I would believe it. Really, really something. The plot's okay, as well. Sick, the S2 is chillin', you're up. It's been not that long since you said you were here, so I think you're still good. Though, you know, you should chat. Yippee is what a 6-2 says. Perfect. Hey, here's a card. Did you watch yesterday's Nintendo Direct? Let's talk about the news of the day. There was a Direct yesterday, and it was, certainly the last Nintendo Switch 1 Direct. You know, it was one of those Directs where, when it started, and it started with, like, Dragon Quest or something, you know, it's like, okay, well, I kind of have, you know, I kind of had a meeting in the morning, you know, I kind of couldn't, I was, like, thinking, like, oh, should I pause while I do my, you know, I don't get into, like, what my work entails, but, you know, you understand the concept, people understand the concept of a scrum call, right? You know, I need to pause to do my status and such. And then I saw Dragon Quest and I said, nope, I'm just gonna mute it and, do my status, and then I'll, you know, it'll be something by the time. Yeah, there were some cool things for sure. Tomodachi Life, that's, interesting. Never played the first one, so I don't know. I'm not really that interested. I don't know, but it's a weird, fun thing. Patapon 1 and 2, never played those. Really surprised to see, Sony games in the Direct. That was a surprise. Prime 4, yeah, I have some thoughts about Prime 4. Don't worry, there's a card for just Prime 4, coming up. Code didn't work. Can you check? Oh, G, not Q. G, not Q. There we go. Rhythm Heaven, I feel like that's the biggest, like, surprise. You know, Rhythm Heaven is, you know, a series that's been missing in action for ages and ages and ages. You know, I think a lot of people were really bummed the fact that not only there hasn't been a game forever, but also they didn't get into Smash Brothers ever, which, people have been wanting them in Smash Brothers for, like, the last 10 years. And I'm happy for those people. I'm not good at rhythm games, so, like, I don't know if I'll get it. But, like, probably, maybe. I don't know if I'll be very good at it, but, I'll probably get it. I don't know. TBD, TBD. Is Dry Bones in Smash yet? No. I wouldn't count on Dry Bones. Dry Bones is just a drone and all. Let's do it. Let's do the level. What else was good during the Direct? I thought that old man, Metroidvania looked really good. What's this? Oh, we need to, like, run fast and stuff, huh? I thought that old man Metroidvania looked great. There we go. Tight timer, tight timer. Yeah, Metroid Prime 4 does look really good, especially for a Switch 1 game. No date on Metroid Prime 4. I'm betting we will find out when Metroid Prime 4, wow, is next week. That was, really feel like I should have gotten that there, but whatever. I bet we find out when Metroid Prime 4 comes out at next week's Direct. There we go. Because I bounced off the springs or something on the way there. If that hadn't happened, it would have been the end there. We'll find out next week. We'll find out next week when that is and what's going on. And, you know, they don't want to give away the Switch launch date, the Switch 2 launch date, by giving a date for Metroid Prime 4. If they had said holiday for Metroid Prime 4, that would be like a sign that it wouldn't be launched. But them not giving a date, that probably means it's launch, actually. What else was in the Direct? Thank you for the level. Let me hit complete and bring up the next one and timer as well. Killer, who just said GG, excellent. Let me see, let's just pull up Nintendo Direct. Automod, good job catching the spam bot. And there was Pokemon Z to A. I didn't like Pokemon Legends 1, so I'm not gonna get Pokemon Legends 2. I'm surprised that Pokemon Legends is in the present day. That's a big surprise. Can you keep catching these munchers like you caught my heart? Yes, that's reasonably grammar correct. That sounds correct to me. Let me see what IGN says was announced at the thing. Am I forgetting anything? There was the Dragon Age thing. Sleep. There was, Epic Universe is opening in May. Yes, everyone should go to Epic Universe. No one forget to go to Epic Universe. Listen to the ad. Listen to the ad. It's gonna be great. Listen to the IGN's ad. Rido Remastered. Shadow Labyrinth. That'll probably be good. That's, Patapon. Sure. Metroid Prime. Disney something. Witch something. Goldman, that's the old man Metroidvania. I bet that's gonna be really good. I'm gonna go in August is when I'm going to go to Epic Universe. Yeah. I do think it's good to go after it's cooled off a bit. You know, when things are a little less busy and hopefully more kids are stuck at school. You know, hopefully more kids will be stuck at school in like August, September. But I don't know. Gradius Origins, if you like Gradius, if you like rhythm games, Crypt of the Necrodancer, whatever. Hamogachi Plaza, I don't know what that is. Rhythm Heaven, yeah. Oh, right, that whole fucking virtual games cards thing. That is a very Nintendo solution to a very simple problem. Sure, yeah, make it really complex to share games. That's fine. I wasn't doing it anyway, so, you know, maybe I'll do it. I'll say, it sounds like the old way of sharing games was less complicated, and people already had a solution that allowed them to basically share games with each other. But, at least this way, you could share games with, like... I feel like with making this system, like, more out there, more people will know it exists, and now, more people will, share their games with each other. Like, I might figure out how to get into a family group with my sister and her like husband, and we might all share games on occasion when we see each other. That sort of thing might be something I'd bother doing, with this new system. High on Life looked really bad performance-wise. Some of these games in this little montage, they looked really framey, some of them did. Oh boy, I can't wait for the Switch 2 to fix that stuff. I was surprised that Hot Shots isn't called Hot Shots anymore, and also it's on Switch? That's weird. I don't know why they changed it from Hot Shots to the international name, but Hot Shots is a really good name. I apparently I'm 8 years too late to contest that, and also I never played those games in the first place, so whatever. Nintendo Today. Yeah, that's everything. A very mid-direct, I think. Very much not their A game, their A game gotta be next week. Gotta be next Wednesday when the Switch 2 hits. You will get Mario Kart, we'll get more Metroid, we'll get we'll get more then. I actually have another card to discuss that one, so I really shouldn't be blowing my load early, but it's very easy to say the obvious, which is like, yeah, this is an appetizer. This is let's get everyone out the door. Oh yes, partners, you want us to show your Harvest Moon, not Harvest Moon anymore game? Oh, yeah, we'll show it during a direct. Not the direct, we'll show it during the other direct. Oh, we're in the other direct? Damn it, I was hoping to see, I was hoping they would plug, the guy at, like, who does Song of Seasons? The Song of Seasons guys were like, damn it, we wanted to be part of the Switch 2 direct. Fuck. Fuck, shit, asshole. Ah, that's fine. It's also a very big direct, and a lot of people saw it. Where it's not exactly slumming it to be part of any Nintendo Direct, to be clear. But this Nintendo Direct was kind of slumming it. I feel like the fact that they didn't have a big first-party thing up first, it was like 3 things until we got the first Metroid, as the first-party thing. There's gotta be a bunch of stuff that's gonna happen next week. 3D Mario, Pikmin? No, not Pikmin. I'm gonna say Kirby. Metroid will appear again. Maybe Splatoon? I could see Splatoon. Definitely Mario Kart. And, something to show off the thing. The mouse. Mario Paint. And I'll say maybe what are the odds of GameCube Online next week? I was kind of surprised there was no like N64 Online update this time. I was thinking like this would be a great time to say like you'd rather get DS Online. Get both. I think you start with GameCube, and then Wii, and then you do DS. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. My, preferred order of things. We've already gotten DS Virtual Console before on the Wii U, so, like, it's not unprecedented for DS Online.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Multiplayer DS will be cool. Oh, that's true. Yeah, they could totally do, like, the online service. But for, it was already online, too, so that'll be fun. Yeah, that'll be good. GameCube games need to be remastered since they're so little now. Maybe. I think GameCube Online. I'm feeling like GameCube Online is going to be a thing. I feel like they're going to sell a GameCube Online controller, and I will buy it. And that'll be great. And, maybe I can unplug my GameCube That's, you know, maybe not, I don't know. I like my GameCube being plugged in. Will they be able to get every GameCube game? Star Fox Adventures, the kart racer game, you know, Double Dash, Melee, remains to be seen. Maybe I'll mod it, I don't know. People mod GameCubes? Is that how you do... You probably mod a memory card, don't you? You don't... I don't know, you mod the thing itself. I don't think you need to, actually. I don't know about any of that stuff, honestly. Let me hit complete and pull up the next one. Zoran, please confirm. You've seen a concept attachment for the Switch 2? Yeah, I've seen that as well. I've seen that attachment thing as well. There is some question about, like, there is some speculation that the C button on the Switch 2 is like a connect button that connects it to a Switch 1 or something, or chat or something, or that it can connect to a Switch 1 and use that as a screen. I'll say I think that is doubtful. I don't know about that yet, but we'll see. I mean, the Wii U was such a failure. I feel like they might try to avoid that. If you get a Switch 2 and they want you to keep your Switch 1 to use as a controller, what are you gonna do? Like, plug it into the wall separately? Or have two docks for it? So that you can, like, keep it charged as well? I don't know about that. That doesn't make sense to me. I feel like the Switch 1 is going into a drawer soon as the Switch 2 comes out. I think it's for charging, yeah. I think it's so that you can plug it in on top. That's it. That's the whole extent of it. Here's Zoran. Go ahead and confirm. Let me go ahead and hit next for you. And let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and make sure that we are all good. Good, okay, making sure of some things. Zoran, go ahead and confirm you know what to do. Meanwhile, let me pull a card. Did you see the Metroid Prime 4 details? Let's talk a little bit more extensively about Metroid Prime 4, since we finally got, like, the first, details about, yeah, you'll no longer have to have the charger digging into your chest while you try to play while it's charging. Yeah, the underside is a little inconvenient if you're holding it like this against your body or something. You know, the charger comes out this way. Top makes a lot of sense. We got details. We know the name of the planets. We know, like, that there are bad guys after you. We know that the big gimmick this time is psychic powers or something. I'll say I've seen some people out there saying that, like, they're a little bit nonplussed. They're a little bit unimpressed. And I'll say, like, I'm sympathetic to that. You know, when I was watching it for the first time, I was like, okay, sure. But, you know, it is very easy to look at it and go like, okay, so, you can, like, move interactable objects around. Okay, that sounds like more clunky than the motion things in Metroid Prime 3, where, you know, you had to do, like, do, you know, you had to go, like, do, you know, you had to, like, okay, pull the controller out, rotate it, push it in. All right, you're good. Door opens now. You know, I just finished Metroid Prime 3 this week, playing that again, so I'm very familiar with the door opening sequence and things of that nature. It's stuff like that, you know, when they were announcing it, they're like, oh, you can use the psychic powers to open doors and interact with mechanisms. And it's like, yeah, those are the most generic verbs you could use with abilities. The most generic verb you could use with abilities in a Metroidvania. Oh, it opens doors? Cool. That's very cool, yeah. Opens doors, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do like a witness puzzle and then the door's gonna open, okay. I'll also say, you know, I'm not gonna show it on screen, but go look at some of those doors and stuff. People on social media, in Discords, things of that nature, have been noticing that those doors, a lot of things in Metroid Prime 4 are very vulvic, you know, very like I'm told the word is yonic. That is to say, resembling I feel like vulvic kind of it makes it pretty apparent what I'm talking about. Go look. Go look. You know, they have that shape to them, and also like, you know, up top, like a little little button, you know. It literally has, the doors literally have clitorises. I don't know if we're like being like dirty minded, or it's like it's totally a pearl catcher situation. It's you know, once it's pointed out, it's like, oh, it's, yeah, that's what it is. Jesus. Okay. I think that's cool. I mean, I'm told that like the Aliens movies are like big on that. And you know, this is the same man that watches 100 Girlfriends. Yes. Yes, it's true. That show is very good. Can't wait for the final episode next weekend. That is fair. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just think it's funny. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. You know, like, look, I am not anti-vulva. Let's be clear here. Let's be 100% here. I am not against the vulva. You know? Thinking a lot about that Arrested Development scene where Lindsay, the scene is she's sitting on a copier and saying like, yeah, we just saved the company, and I've been thinking about a car I got here, it's a Volvo, and Michael looks at it and says like, you're not gonna spend any money just because we're making some money, and also this is not a Volvo, and she says, oh, that's from sitting on the copier, and takes it back. That's a good joke. I like that joke a lot. I don't want the doors to be I don't care about the doors. I want to be the badass bounty hunter or farming my way through the game. Fair. I don't think that's really a criticism. It's just, I do wonder, like, you know, when I think of like guiding a missile, right? I kind of think of Skyward Sword, and like, I don't really know if I want to be doing that often. You know, it kind of seems like it's kind of a weird gimmicky type thing, right? Like, maybe if I need to guide it to hit a switch or something, but in combat? I don't know, man. I don't know about that as like a thing that's happening all the time. I'm a little doubtful about that. I have my doubts. Did Zoran say anything this whole time while we were talking about vulvas and things of that nature? No. Zoran did not say nothing. Sudden death. Let's do it. Again, not anti-vulva. Not in the least. I don't, you know, oppose, mind. Fair. Yeah. This looks... Ah! Countess Timpani said, Zoran probably thinks you won't die 2+ times. I don't know about that. Zoran... Reconsider? Oh, it's math. We need to do math. I didn't realize we were supposed to do math here. I was just entering a random door. 27 times 6. 27 times 6. What's 7 times 6? That is, 7... 42. So if it ends with a 2, it's the answer. There's only one that ends with 2, so we know it's 162. Shortcut. 80 divided by 16. 5. Because that's how 5s work. Aim! Now it is true sudden death. True. True. Yeah, we got just the one try. Hey, refreshed checkpoints. Dodge. Having just come off of Metroid Prime 3 and 2, I'm still really excited about Metroid Prime, and, you know, I'm hopeful that, like, one day it'll get randomized and stuff, and hopefully it has enough meat for that to work as a, hopefully it has enough meat for that to work, and, you know, good power-ups. I hope that we haven't seen its best power-ups, is what I'll say. You know, its coolest ideas with psychic powers. Because, like, psychic powers could be cool. You know, we could be talking about, like, a Half-Life situation. You know, we could be talking about, like, some gravity gun bullshit. And that sounds great. We did it. Woo, woo, woo. Very nice. We could be talking about gravity gun stuff. You know, we could be talking about all sorts of cool nonsense, but the first examples that they showed, open doors, and, you know, use, draw a line carefully circumscribing this circle to open the door, or make this, this rod, you know, pull this lever from left to right. You know, it's like, okay, I don't know, that, sounds a little bit just like, you know, it would almost be better if you just hit a button and they just, like, switched from one way to the other, like, BAM! Like, instantly, you know, with some, like, impact, you know, like an on-off type situation. Like, that would just maybe allow you to, like, quickly plow through some, like, puzzles, you know. Wonder how it'll work for boss fight. I guess that's really the question, right? That's really, like, what it'll come down to. I hit start over rather than exit. There we go. Complete. I'm curious. I'll say I am definitely not sold on it yet. You know, honestly. I'll say it does look great. But, like, I'm not sold on the new abilities being better than anything that was in Metroid Prime 3 or 2 or 1. This has not impressed me so far. I'm hoping that they're holding things in reserve. You know, cool abilities, cool, like, visor modes, things of that nature. I imagine psychic powers would let you do cool things with a visor, right? Like, imagine if you had a visor that could, like, I don't know, stun? Maybe, like, a visor that was like, oh, you know, it's like the scan visor, but it stuns anyone you scan. Or, like, hypnotizes them or something. I don't know. That's correct, yeah. Use, this is viewer levels. Rear Ferrari. Yes, that's right. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me hit, oh, we already hit complete, didn't we? Countess Timpani is up next, and Countess Timpani just said something, so is good for it. Excellent. Look at Nintendo today, is what the next card says. Okay, card, you win. I will look at Nintendo today. I didn't look at Nintendo today, so, you know, we'll see what it says. Let's look at Nintendo Today, the new application from Nintendo. It is March 28th, and oh, look at that, a tribute to Melee. That's cool. Super Smash Bros. Melee is pretty good. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, it's an Ultimate event? Oh, I thought it was gonna be like a thing in the app. Hey, Stormtrippin'. Hey, Barnstormer. How you doing? There's the worldwide release of, the release date for Zelda. It is March 26, 2027. That doesn't feel real to me. That's like 2 years away. just under 2 years away. Yeah, that's fine. 5 days until the thing. Okay, cool. The information from the direct, presumably. Oh, it's just the trailer from the direct. There's Samus Aran. Yeah, that's a good concept art. I like it. From Dread, in fact. How can you predict something 2 years from now? Yeah, I don't know. They know how to make movies. I mean, I guess it remains to be seen, like, whether they make this date. Guess it remains to be seen whether they make this date. Rhythm Heaven Groove? Deserted Island... What the hell is this? Oh, it's a comic. I'm not gonna read that. And you can set up a widget, which I'm not gonna do. And that's Nintendo Today. I hope everyone learned something. Well, yeah, the Zelda's gonna come out in 2 years, maybe, unless it gets delayed. Samus can open doors now. It's true. That is a thing that's true about, the new game. Let me, bring the iPhone down, and I'll punch in Timpani's code. You know what, I'll just, I'm gonna direct message Rock Party and just say, like, hey, Pokemon TCG 10 pull coming up, next card. I feel like Rock Party is gonna come in when Rock Party comes in and say, like, do a pack. It'll be too late if, he doesn't come in before the next card. Let me say. But, don't worry, you can always check the VOD, of course. Alright, let's play that level! Woo! Okay. Nintendo Today could be cool, I don't know. I had some jokes about that, one of which is that, you know, if you miss a day, you're gonna have to... If you miss a day on Nintendo Today, you know they make you download a whole different app? It's called Nintendo Yesterday. It's a little bit of an inconvenience, you know? They also, if you install Nintendo Today on your phone and you want to install it on a different phone, they make you uninstall it, you know, and on the one phone, confirm. It's a whole process. It's a whole damn process. Jeez. Oh boy, I recognize this one. Oh jeez. Oh wow. Oh, this is new. This is a new this is a new madness you've given to us. This one, I have to... What happens if I... Okay. I have to time the on-off specifically to negate that nonsense for 500 seconds. Suffice it to say, I think we are unlikely to manage it. But we'll try! This level has been in the works since late September, but you kept having skill issue. I can understand that, yeah. It took September. Took like half a year to clear? I believe that. In fact, I'm kind of surprised it was cleared at all, I guess. Kind of surprised it was cleared at all. Ah, mouth dry. Guess if you go through the door... Level kept intimidating you while you did other stuff? Gotcha. So you did it pretty fast once you, like, devoted yourself to it. What happens if we go through the door? Oh, right, there's a Podobo on the other side. That falls away real fast. I could use a drink. It's good to drink water during a stream. As you know. Don't go into the door. What does that emote say? Oh, it's a popcorn. It's Destiny popcorn situation. How many times do you have to do this? It's like 3 every 5 seconds or 10 seconds. 500 seconds would be every 3 seconds there's one. $33 less than 200 roundabout. That'd be 167. Is that right? 167? 166 maybe? Maybe 168. Maybe it goes up by 1. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm counting the first second where, you know, takes a second to get into the door. If I could get like 2 in a row, I could time it out. And figure out how many seconds per. Maybe it's more like 2 seconds per. Well, that requires me to get 2 in a row. Yeah, it's like 3. That is like every 3 seconds. Yeah, I think probably I'm gonna say 170. A little more than every 3 seconds. It's a good idea to carry a watermelon with you while you're thirsty. Is it? Like a canteen or like a water skin is more generally advisable. The next card will be Pokemon Pocket, but we can talk about other stuff. What else is going on? Does anyone have anything to talk about that isn't on a card that I already made? Let's see if y'all have know of things going on in the world that I haven't prepared for and such. I'll say I didn't put on a card today the Game Informer story. The Game Informer, I mentioned that last time on the Tuesday stream. Game Informer came back. How many new songs do you listen to per day? 0? Depends. It really depends how if there's new anime. If there's new anime, then like 2 for every new anime? You know, like a new anime that I've not seen before. Then I'll see the opening and ending for the first time. New songs meaning anything you haven't heard before. Still 0? Still 0. I don't listen to that much music. I don't have like a Spotify situation or Amazon Music or Amazon Music. I mean, I guess I do have Amazon Music because I have Amazon Prime, but I don't use it. And I don't have Apple Music as well. You're making your Super Mario Maker 2 Super World? Gotcha. I'll say, what with, thinking about the... Come on. How... What? Huh? I thought we killed them. Did we not kill them that time? I think it's still 0. I don't listen to that much new music. I mostly listen to stuff that's on my, my phone, which has been there for years, or is anime, you know? I swear I'm so confused here. What's going on? Why did the on-off turn... Oh, maybe I killed some of them, but not all of them? I don't know. I think it's still 0. Still 0. I don't have Apple Music. Oh, Apothecary Diary's second core music is really good. I haven't watched today's anime. I'll say my sleep habits have still been a little bit rough. I prioritized a lunchtime nap sort of situation over like finishing off new anime, and also because we literally have Oh, they did a trailer for it? Gotcha. I haven't watched the new episode, didn't watch the trailer. But yeah, it's zero. It's zero. I'll say a thing that's annoying about Apple Music, which is that now when you go to search your collection, it defaults to showing you, like, Apple Music results, and it's like, no, I don't have Apple Music. Stop showing me this crap. I don't want to see music that's not on my phone. I'm specifically searching for something I know that I have. When I'm searching for music on my phone, I know what I'm doing. It's not like I'm searching going like, do I have this? Like, no, I know what I do and don't have, for the most part. I need to get, I never got, there's a lot of music that honestly I should get on my phone that I haven't yet. You know, like I, pull up on YouTube a lot of the time, like, Persona 3 Reload soundtrack. I should get that on my phone. I really like Persona 3 Reload soundtrack a lot. The P-switches are not even toggled. Why did I die? Hang on. How to escape the anime idol music rabbit hole? You've dug too deep. Yeah, I don't know. Not an expert on how to escape. Oh, you mean like algorithm-wise? Oh, there's two on the sides. There's two on the sides, and it hit, even though I killed it, the two in the middle got, hit. I see. Yeah, the algorithm can be a weird thing on YouTube. Mostly I just watch things I've watched before. I also need to get Bocchi the Rock's soundtrack on my phone. Never got that on my phone for some reason. The individual, you know, music rather than like the OP-EDs. I have the OP-EDs. I don't have the you know, like that band, songs like that. And I should, because they're really good. I'm just not a big music person. You know, other than anime music these days. I've said before, I don't know if I know of a single song. I feel like I don't know songs from the last, like, 10 years. I think that was the last time I really tried listening to pop music. Things like Emotion B-side. I think that was the last time I really, like, downloaded an album. Emotion B-side. What was that, Carly Rae? I don't know. Jebsen, you know? I forget. Honestly, you know, I've just, not been in a... I've just not had an interest in getting new music in forever and ever, so I'm just, like, super unaware of that stuff. You know? And it never was a big thing of mine, like, through, like, high school, middle school, whatever. I was just not acquiring music. And, you know, I had to make an effort at some point to be like, okay, I'm gonna go listen to the Beatles. Listen to their best soundtrack, or their best album. You know, okay, I'm gonna go listen to the Eagles. What was up with the Eagles? Oh, the Eagles have some really good music, okay. But, like, in the last 10 years, not really. The new music you're listening to comes from literally 2010s. Yeah. I saw someone's... I said, when talking of music from, like, the aughts, that, like, yeah, it kind of doesn't hold up as well. Someone was like, what the fuck? Really? And I was like, this is not a new take, that the music was best in the 70s. And the best music was kind of in the 70s and 80s and stuff around that time. This is fairly well-trod opinion, is it not? Thought this was a matter of record. Hello, XLQVE, how you doing? It's a matter of record that, like, yeah, music kind of peaked really early. That's, it is known, you know? You know, I've said before, like, I feel like, I don't know if I said this before, actually, I should say. Timer's up. 5 more tries. I've said before that, like, man, it's kind of weird that, like, kids nowadays, a lot of them might be growing up in a world where peak media is behind them. You know, like, when I was born, the best video games hadn't been made yet. You know, and that was definitely true. Um, Whereas, like, you know, it's very possible that the best video game of all time has been made, and that kids, you know, have, like, some of the best things of all times to go back to before their birth. You know, whether you're talking about, like, SNES games and 64 games, and hell, like, you know, my nephew's, like, 1. He, like, Tears of the Kingdom fucking predates him. Right? That was, yeah. Like, that is wild to think that, like, oh, video games were as good as Tears of the Kingdom before actual humans were born. You know, like, my god, I can't imagine being in that sort of situation. But with music, that's basically the situation I'm in. You know? Music has been as good as Tears of the Kingdom before I was born. And that's just not the case in, like, you know, games, movies, TV shows. All the best TV shows came out after I was born. It's a fact. You know, like, the first good TV shows, well, Looney Tunes. Okay, Looney Tunes is pretty good. But it's not as good as Breaking Bad. It's not as good as Arrested Development. The Simpsons was just starting when I was a baby. You know, season 1 was out when I was a baby, and that is a crap season, so, you know, got that down. Futurama was like when I was 10. There are some great ass films from before I was born, like Rocky, Star Wars. To be sure, I think great movies start around, like, the time of Rocky and Star Wars. So, like, you know, they don't predate my dad. But, like, the best movies, I don't know. I feel like the best movies are, like, around the 90s. 90s, aughts maybe, tops. I don't know. Action movies sort of plateaued in the 90s, perhaps, with, like, Schwarzenegger and, like, things like Terminator, Terminator 2. Back to the Future, that whole trilogy. Back to the Future. I love Back to the Future. Anywho, that's, thank you, Countess Timpani. We didn't finish it, but we tried our best. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next one. That was a whole topic that took the whole time, didn't it? Nice, nice. Kind of feel a melancholy when you're trying to join a 10 to 15-year-old franchise, and the games from back then are unplayable because their live service has ended. That does happen, yeah. I mean, it depends on if the games you're trying to get into are, like, you know, live service or not. But wait, don't we have a Gamba? I don't follow. What does that mean? A Gamba. Let's do another card. Hey, there's, I've been playing Pokemon TCG Pocket. There's a new booster pack out now, and, I have been saving this for on stream. Robotic has confirmed, by the way, so that's great. Let's, hey, you wanna see me pull some packs? There's a new thing, and it has, like, shiny cards as a new rarity level. And I'll say, you can see there, I have 124 packs, or hourglasses, so I can do a 10 pull after this one. So, let's do that. Let's see if I can get something good. Let's see. How I like to do it nowadays is I turn over the card it starts with, and then I go to the left or right until I get one that's flipped over. And, you know, if there is none, I get back to the first one, and that's good enough. In that case. Okay, some Wiglets. Iono is supposed to be pretty good. Red seems pretty good as well. I don't know. I don't really use that many of the cards that like boost damage on a specific type of thing. Even the ones that are generic. Like I don't use Giovanni, so I don't know if I'm really gonna use red either. Okay, we have enough for 10 packs. Let me take a drink of water. So far, I have not gotten any EXs. I got one like rare card, you know, just aesthetically. And that's just doing like the regular pulls. I didn't do any like hourglass stuff. So, been saving that for y'all. Let's do it. Yeah. Here we go. 10 pack. Let's go. This one is all bullshit. This one's all bullshit. This one has something. Meowscara. Okay, Meowscara seems pretty good. Good against EXs. That's nice. This one's nothing. This one's nothing. Oh! It's a giraffe. Okay, that's a rare card. Not a EX though. Is that good? You may flip a coin to poison your enemy. Oh, that seems pretty good. That seems pretty alright. Nothing here. Oh! A fancy Meowscara. Okay, so now I have enough Meowscara to run it. So that's good. It's also a nice looking card, you know, give it that. I always want to get EXs. I don't want to get as many just like prettier cards, you know. EXs, that gives me more options, you know. I could just get the unrare versions of those rare cards and that'd be good enough for me. We got 2 rare cards, and for that we can be thankful, but I really want some of those new EXs. That's what I'm really looking to get, and we didn't get any of those. You know, with a new pack in Pokemon Pocket, it's always like a week or 2 before you can really play anything, you know. And I'll say they did just add a bunch of like extra goals for like, you know, play a solo mission, get hourglasses through that. And like I haven't done any of those that unlocked today, so you know, I'll get more hourglasses and I'll burn through some packs. Oh, I do have enough to get one more. Let's do it. Enough hourglasses to get one more pack. Excellent. And I still have more solo missions to do. I did a bunch of them in order to get enough to do a 10 pull for today, but could do more. There's something in there. It's Alakazam. That seems pretty good. That seems like a good effect on that Alakazam. Alright, that's, I guess, gonna do it. Do I have enough to do a, I can do a pull on the Wonder Pick. I have enough hourglasses to, okay, free bonus pick as well. I have enough hourglasses to get one of those. They changed this thing also, look at this. Now it unfurls all the ones that are not the one you got, and then they show you the one you got. Interesting. Let's see, anything good here? Any EXs I can go for? That's the one I got. This one is the one I got. One of the special cards I got before the stream. EXs. No, I'm not seeing any. Look at the price and then look and see if it's an EX. 2, 2, 1. No EXs? No EXs currently available. Just a Tatsugiri, whatever. Sad. I was hoping to get an EX. Well, I got some of this. There's a new thing, isn't there? There's like, Hey, I got some stuff. There's a EX starter deck. What's the deal there? Wait, what's that? What is this? Hello, Rick J. Cyclizar. That's cool. Sure, Cyclizar. Okay, so I can get a free deck. I'm not sure how this works, but I think... You want to see a secret of the Switch? Sure. I'm not sure. Does this give you, like, the cards that are in the deck, or just gives you a theme deck and the 20 cards included in it? You can only tame 1 of 9. I think I'm going to go with Beedrill. I think Beedrill EX seems like the strongest of the new EXs. I feel like people have been talking about Giratina and, maybe, Wugtario and Charizard, but, like, the Beedrill, like, solo mission thing took me, like, 5-6 tries to get through. So, I'm gonna get the Beedrill. I acquired the theme deck and its cards. Excellent. Do I only get 1 Beedrill? Oh, that's a rip. That's a shame. Or do I get 2 Beedrills? No, there's 2 Sprigatoros. That must mean there's just 1 copy of Beedrill. Damn it. That's a shame. Whatever, hey, I got 1 Beedrill. Worth. Yeah, do whatever you want. Check your menu of Switch. It's just a menu of Switch. What's up? Okay. And let me just, it's hard for me to ignore a red dot. Okay. Get that down now. What's up, Rick J? Robotic is here, by the way, so yeah, we're good. Let's type in this code and play it. Pokemon Pocket. New expansion seems good. I don't know. It's always a weird thing when new cards come out, because, like, okay, well, give me, like, 2 weeks for me to actually get the cards I need to use it. Maybe 3 weeks. And by that time, I'm kind of feeling, like, a little bit mid on the pack, you know? Like, okay, I'm no longer getting new cards when I do pulls anymore. And that's a little bit depressing. No secrets? Okay. I gotcha. Let's do pipeline pass. Exclamation point add, and then your code to get your code into chat, Rick J. Let's do robotics one. Robotic, did you specify a level? Did you specify a level or anything good? Let me help you out there. Here's how you submit, Rick J. There you go. Put a timer on the clock. Let's do it. Woo, 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 woo. This level looks very doable. Very doable. I'll say also that, like, I have a few more cards before the lightning round, so we'll be right about the right time. Yes, I know. Codes always end in an FG or H. I never noticed that. But I think you're right. G. I see F's. I didn't know it was always those 3 letters, but that makes sense. Because I don't think I've seen any other letters at the end. Huh. I'll keep an eye on that. This stream. If I had a tail, I could open that thing and get a thing. Volume's good, right? Hang on, I'm just, yeah, okay, good. My, audio mixer was scrolled where I couldn't see the active audio from the TV, but it's still going and still good. Good. Not a concern. Just something that's, you know, you always gotta be worried about sound stuff while you're live. And if ever there is a sound issue, let me know. Please. I can't usually often hear it myself, you know? Sometimes. It depends. Nice little water level robotic. No. Oh, I think there's a little more. I don't think we're at the end yet. Nice. Okay, cool. A little bit of an I was gonna say on foot section, but a little bit of a dry land section, I guess you would say. Very good. Let me go ahead and hit complete. Hit complete. And bring up the next level. It's 06, who just said something, so we're good. What that timer? That's right, there's always a timer. Rick, you're still not in. You're gonna have to do exclamation point ad. Can someone say to Rick, like, hey, you gotta do an ad to get it in the queue? Yeah, I have 12 minutes to beat each level at this point in the stream. That's the conceit. That's the setup. Let's do another card. Looking forward to next week's Direct, comma, the actual one. Yeah, next week's Direct. That's gonna be the actual one. And I feel like I speak for everyone. Maybe I shouldn't speak for everyone. I feel like that, there you go, Rick. Excellent. Next week's Direct is gonna be the exciting one. Next week's Direct is going to have Mario Kart in it. It might have a 3D Mario in it. Hey, Ratchet Toad. I'm hoping for 3D Mario at the next Direct. I'm hoping for like another showing of Metroid Prime, but in 4K. You know, that'll be cool. I am hoping for it's been so long since we saw Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong would be a really cool thing to see if that could be part of the year 1 lineup. It's been too soon for a Zelda. Zelda is out. I think Zelda won't be at tomorrow's thing. Unless it's GameCube Online and hey, Wind Waker Twilight Princess coming to Switch 2 at launch. Ooh, that'd be pretty good. That'd be exciting. That'd be fun. That'd be nice. I would like that. I hope that's what's happening. Mario died 2 years ago? News to me. That's a Ratchet Toad's joke. Not not real, not canonical. Let's do it. Let's do this level. Put the timer on. That's really exciting. I don't know what to expect. I'm still curious what they're going to show. Whoa! A Podobo. Gotta be careful about that. There's a little bit of ice physics, so it can be hard to stop and not hit a Podobo, for instance. So you gotta be a little careful. Hey, phenomenal. Pector? Spectre. That's how you parse that. It's on a new line on my chat, so, Took me a second to recognize how that's supposed to be read. Spectre. What's up? We're talking about the next week's Direct. Returning to the meme about what happened about the death of Mario? No, I don't remember that. There was a meme about the death of Mario 2 years ago. Man, memes move so fast. You can't, you know, they 2 years is a long time for memes, you know. They just, are forgotten. Really like those ice block jumps where you can go out under where the potobos are coming up using some skill, or you could wait for them to clear a path. You know, there's like good use of... There's some good risk reward here. We're going fast. We're like, it's rewarding to go fast, but, you know, if you go slow, you get a completely different set of, platforms. Oh, and you would die if you didn't go fast there, also. In that particular case. Do I miss 2023? No? Not really. 2023 was my last year on my previous job, which I wasn't, you know, wasn't the biggest fan of. So it wasn't a great year, I guess. I mean, it ended alright when I got a different job. And, you know, that started the next year. And also, I had a few months of being, you know, not being on a job, you know? That was pretty nice. The part where I was unemployed for a bit, precarity aside, was nice. But, you know, I don't miss it otherwise, I guess I'd say. What else was going on in 2023? Was that Tears of the Kingdom year? Tears of the Kingdom was pretty good. That was a good year for video games, I'll say that. Thank you, 06i. That was a great one. That was really cool. That was neat in all the right ways. Oh, 06i says Express Pass. You got it. Let me get that right up. We're going right back to that Super World situation then. That's right. 06i has a, well, that account isn't subscribed, but I know that your other account is. I remember last week there was the sub that went through. I'll count that. I remember. I know that you have that. So, you know, we'll give that to you. I can just scroll down and see 06i subbed last week, 7 days ago. That sub is still in effect, so you're good. Unless you're an imposter, in which case that would be a, well, if you're an imposter, you're doing an awfully good impersonation, and also you're submitting the level that 06i would, so, you know, it's fine. It works out. I'll count it. I'd be surprised if anyone was out there impersonating 06i. I really would. Yeah, identity theft. That would be what it would be if it was that, but it's not that, so... You know... Let's go. You know, let's go. Timer. Going. ZLQVE, looking at the queue. You just can't log in? Gotcha. I don't know what the deal is with that. Why that would be, but, you know, I'll better part of discretion, you know? Cannons! Oh yeah, 3 lives, that's right, yes. Gotta keep me honest here. That's right, that's the conceit of the Express Pass. I totally forgot for a second. For the record, Express Pass is one of 2 incentives that Twitch subs have. where they can skip the line once per stream. They can also get an instant refresh, which is relevant every time there is lives. Though it's an either-or situation. You can have one or the other. Hey, Scott Meyer, how you doing? Good to see ya. Go ahead and get in the queue, and we will play your level when it comes up. Kind of a lot in queue tonight, Scott, so keep that in mind. That's just, you know, what the fuck, can't be helped, right? Oh, right, and the timer. The timer is going on under the, things. Usually, I think that the timer is set up so that if, like, the lives... Is the timer set up? Hang on. So, the timer... No, the timer doesn't, like, go on and off when the lives come on and off. Okay. Maybe it should do, though. Yeah, XLQVE. The thing about this maker code is that it doesn't have any levels of its own, but it has liked levels that other people have made, and that sort of puts them into an order for a, as like a official, unofficial Super World is the situation. 06I explained that to me like weeks and weeks ago, so, you know, and we've been going through the Super World for a few weeks. So, like, I know the deal, and I know what to do when it comes up. You know, I can understand if anyone hasn't been here the last 3 weeks and is looking at that code and getting confused. That's the situation. It's not a big deal. It is, permissible, and also I'll allow it. It's a good way to do that sort of thing, you know? And perhaps the only way to do that sort of thing. What is this? Okay, here we go. Whoa! Okay. Hard to avoid that, that projectile, isn't it? That was a hard to avoid projectile there. Iggy's shots are fast. Yes, they are. Agreed. Woo! They are quite fast. Tricky devils. You know, also there's some ice. It's very understandable how one might, get hit in this level. Oh, fuck. We got, one more try? Let's do it. Oh my god, I didn't even try to get out of the way. Okay. Come over here, Iggy. Okay, we did it. We got it. We were good. On the last try, let's do this. T-Rex Mario isn't dying today, I don't think. Unless something bad happens in the next 2 seconds. It didn't. Hello, Proto Man. How you doing? Getting some text from family. I'll look at those later. Let me hit complete and bring up the next level from Killer, who just said GG. Excellent, excellent, excellent. You're doing well? Me too. Let me get that out of the way. Let me look at my text messages. Make sure the phone isn't on stream. The phone isn't on stream. Good, good, good. Oh, it's a video of my nephew. Okay. Video of nephew, smiley face, unimportant thing. Okay, cool. Lovely. let's go ahead and enter in Killer's code. And I'll also do a card. Follow up on bed vibration subplot. I'll say for the last few weeks, I have been experiencing some weird vibrations when I'm in bed. Like late at nights, in the morning, random times, really. And it's been really frustrating and really affecting my quality of sleep. Like, the other night, Wednesday, I just literally went to bed, like, way too late, I'll admit. I was up way too late. And then I went to bed and I wasn't able to sleep, and I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna start my day without any sleep. I'll say I did have a really nice nap, like, from around 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., like, the previous evening. So, like, I had slept, like, 12 hours before, but, you know, it's just like, okay, I'm just gonna push through today and Thursday and go to sleep like at midnight or so. And, you know, I got a good 8 hours of sleep last night, and that was the best thing I've done in a while. I'll say with this situation, it's been random enough where oftentimes I'll be trying something and the vibration will stop and I'll go like, oh, I solved it. I unreclined my bed a little bit and that seemed to work. Oh, you know, I switched out the new earplugs for the old earplugs. That worked. Oh, great. I, like, put my hand in just the right spot and, like, laid in just the right place where, oh, I'm not feeling it anymore. Okay, time to sleep. You know, and obviously I figure out something every night, you know? Every night I get to sleep somehow, so it stops or I figure something out, but I don't know, man. It's just so annoying and frustrating, and I really need to go talk to the apartment people. When I tried switching out the earplugs, that seemed to work. You know, at the very least, it makes me less sensitive to it, you know, just being able to... I feel like the old earplugs, you know, which are disposable kind, or not disposable all the way, but less permanent than the sound isolating things. It's the bed, isn't it? I don't want to say that because the bed is expensive. And also I've read that memory foam should be better at isolating vibration than like other things. I think it is just a coincidence that it started around the same time as I got the bed, or like a couple weeks after maybe. And also just coincident it started around the same time as I got the earplugs. I need to talk to the apartment and just say like, hey, can you... It does have the vibrating thing, yeah, but it's not on. And it happens even if it's plugged in. I've tried unplugging the bed. Let me say, I've tried that. No, that's not it. I need to talk to the apartment and just say like, hey, you know, can you check with the neighbors and make sure they're not using vibrating beds for like 12 hours a night? You know, maybe they're getting up at 6 a.m. and being like, oh, let me turn on the vibrations and just like lay in bed for 2 hours while it vibrates. I don't know. No, it's not vibrating after it's turned off. That's not it. I don't know what the situation is. I thought I solved it one night because I switched earplugs and was like, oh, it must have been that these earplugs just block out so much sound. I become just much more sensitive to vibration. That must be it. And then the next night I was like, no, I'm feeling it again. And I'm using the old earplugs. Fuck. And I signed I renewed my lease for another 6 months. Now I expire in January because I figured, like, I don't want to move around the same time as I'm going on vacation, as I'm doing multiple summer vacations, so I'm gonna punt on buying a home until November, and, well, I'm gonna have to tell him, like, hey, please deal with this crap. Please figure out what it is, if it's like AC. Another possibility is, what if they're running, like, the dehumidifying thing all night? You know, like, everyone takes a shower or whatever, and then they flip that on and go to bed downstairs. That could be it. Those things can be really, noisy in this apartment complex. You know, maybe it's as simple as just sending a technician to, fiddle with that for a bit. Make sure that a wire isn't touching another wire. Your shower doesn't have a dehumidifier? How do you avoid mildew? I guess, you know, if you're renting, you don't have to avoid mildew. That's something for the apartment to do. You know, you don't own it. You don't care. I don't know. I keep trying things. I'll say a weird thing. I was like at a point in desperation, right? I was just like doing stuff in the apartment. Axel's trying your level. Scott Mayer. Scott Mayer's trying your level, Axel. There you go. I said it backwards. Don't mind. I was fiddling around with like the vents in my bathroom, just thinking like, okay, can I get into the air conditioner? Can I put some foam on it or something? First off, no, the air conditioner is like super bolted up now. I would need like 3 different kinds of screwdrivers to get it open. But I did mess around with the vent right outside the AC, and I did find like, oh, it was kind of vibrating a lot, and then I unscrewed one of the screws just a little bit, and it vibrated less. And I was just like, what the fuck? How? Why? And then I unscrewed it all the way and like gave it a little bit of a cleaning off because it was covered in like yellow water stains. Apparently it's a thing in Texas, in like Dallas, Fort Worth, that like the water has like yellow crap in it. And you know, if you ever like you know, have part of your sink or whatever that's like constantly moistened, you know, eventually it'll get like yellow spots on it. And that's just from the water, literally. I always wondered what the fuck that shit was, but apparently that's from the water. And my AC vent has some of that on it because, you know, it's in the bathroom where, water is constantly like, you know, steam and stuff from shower. I feel like, there ought to be special precautions for like, first off, I don't know why air conditioners have to be in bathrooms in the first place. I feel like being in a very humid room where water vapor is just constantly going upwards, that should be an issue, shouldn't it? You know, that feels like a thing that would like erode and cause issue, but what do I know? Maybe it's fine. But I did have to clean off the vent a little bit because it was covered in yellow stains, which I don't think I've seen in any previous apartment that I've been in. I don't know, like, if theirs is, like, cheaper or some shit. Cute fish. I like your fish. I like your fish here. Your, string of flying fish. They look really nice. I say that, and then there's not one more on screen for us to look at. The last one was like a minute ago. Are we doing entire worlds now? We do them one at a time, one level at a time. And, you know, if you want another one, you resubmit, is how it works. So we are doing a world, but it is just one level's worth. And then we'll be moving on to the next. And there's like a lot of levels, so, you know, keep in mind that your level might take a— fuck me! I forgot to put a timer as well. I'll do that timer. Might take a bit to get to. That said, the lightning round will be coming up eventually. Around 8 o'clock, I would bet. I got like 2 more cards in this part of the stream. Then we'll be going on to the lightning round. I decided to make it so that the lightning round was determined by card today because I got like a bunch of anime cards and I don't want the lightning round to start in the middle of anime. I'd like to start right after anime, or anime to start right after the lightning round, so that makes sense. I can do another card real fast while we're just playing this level. Follow up on the highlight situation. I've talked before about, like, Twitch clips, things of that nature, right? About how— ooh, thank you. That's very nice, Axel. Got the first clear on that, level of darkness. Main new you. Yeah, Dimlit Derelict, the new version of that. Excellent. Very good. People should play all those levels, including the re-uploads. They need some love. I've been saying for a while that I like to go through and clip up, like, memorable moments from every stream that I do, and I've been like super behind on that, and I've been like, so that I could continue doing them on Twitch, I've been saving those videos, those VODs, as highlights. Well, a month ago, Twitch said, like, you can only have 100 hours of VODs now, of like, highlights. So, and if you don't deal with it... What's the deal here? Okay, I knew that was gonna happen, but I didn't know what to do about it. Hey, Rock Party. I already did PAX Rock Party. I didn't get much. Couple of nice cards, that's it. Did a 10 pull. Yep, you missed the PAX. What's the deal? What's the deal? Anyway, here's the update with the Twitch highlight situation. 2 weeks ago, I mentioned this at the start of the, during the cameo stream, the first cameo stream, I went through and downloaded and deleted every VOD highlight that was not a playthrough stream. You know, not one of the, playthrough streams from last year. And, well, I'll say, like, because of that, I got down to, like, 120, 30 hours. And, I've been going through more VODs. And now it is down to 102 hours of highlights, which you can tell is just 2 hours north of the limits. So very soon I will be in compliance with Twitch's highlight limitations, and that is nice and good and a relief, I guess. I will be re-uploading the VODs, the VODs I deleted to clip them up when there is room and when I have time to deal with them. So, you know, it's still an ongoing process. Still a big backlog, but now it's a locally stored backlog rather than on Twitch's end, you know. So, that's the situation with that. I'm basically in the clear. I need to clip up the second Glover stream, which was 3 hours long, and when I delete that, I'll be below 100 hours. So, that's good. That'll be soon. I was gonna do that yesterday, but like I said, I didn't sleep the night before, so I was just like at 11 p.m. going like, I don't have the energy to do that right now. No, I need to go to bed instead. Would have been nice if I could have said like, it's all good and I don't have to worry anymore. Nope, still have to fix that. But, you know, sort of an ongoing thing in general. Thank you, Killer. I appreciate it. Good level. Let me pull up the next one. It's Real Ferrari. Good name. That's right. I remember Real Ferrari submitting this level earlier. Very good. I want to have, yeah, I'm going to be streaming Monday. That's the plan. I'm going to be streaming my Super World and, like, going through and playing it all in full. Random thought about the Super World. I do want to have in the trailer a section that's, like, testimonials, and I'll pull, like, comments from the levels and stuff that are really, like, complimentary and have them be a part of that. Does that sound good for a trailer? I bet that'll be good. There have been people who have said my levels are, like, the best ever. And, you know, put a couple of those in there and it's looking pretty good. And a couple that are jokes would also be funny. You have a different one to submit. Can you do this one? You can always do replace if you want to switch out your level, Scott Mayer. It's up to you. Replace is what you're looking for, perhaps. Here's another card. I made cubes and also bought cubes. That's right. One more thing. This is the last card before the lightning round, by the way, so good. Last week, I'm gonna make myself big, by the way. And also, make it so that I have a new thing for this particular camera view, which is that the green screen only affects things that are this high up, so I can hold this and you'll see the whole thing. I got this sandwich cube last week and was talking about how much I liked it. It's a very simple cube with just 3 colors and, you know, all the pieces. It doesn't matter, like, where on the cube they are. You know, the top layer can be twisted anyway. The pieces are all interchangeable. And I thought it was so lovely that I wanted to get like a similar one, but for a 5x5. So I bought 5 5x5s like this one. Same type, I think, actually. And, same brand anyway. Not sure if it's like the same model. Oh, by the way, the Switch 2, they showed off the C button by accident on Nintendo Today. I forgot to show that earlier. You can see the C button on an image they put up. They probably didn't mean to do that, but I built it up piece by piece. There it is, mid-construction. There's the leftovers. Oh, fuck, I forgot to resize the one-off images. How are the other ones? No, that one's not great. And built up this nice, lovely little, sandwich cube, which I put up as a YouTube short the other day, if you want to see it as a standalone short. Didn't do that well, for some reason, I don't know, but I think it's quite lovely. I'm really enjoying it as a puzzle to solve. You know, it's kind of refreshing having a different, a new puzzle to solve that has, like, different, but easier, like, challenges, and learning ways in which you can solve it that you can't really solve a regular cube. You know, shortcuts you can take on account of, like, oh, all the faces around the middle are exactly the same. All 4 of these faces are identical, so, like, any, like, turn, you know, this way doesn't affect anything if they're all lined up. So, like, for things like edge pairing and stuff, like, as long as the middle layers are all the right orientation, a switch like this doesn't affect anything, which is very neat. I also got, this, it's a Sudoku cube, a 4x4 Sudoku cube, which, by the way, if you're wondering, you know, Sudoku cube might not make sense as a name, but, Sudoku cube usually... Crap, I fucked it up. Hang on. Sudoku cube usually means like a Sudoku cube is usually more of a 2x2, and you could see if it was a 2x2, it would have like the Sudoku thing where like, okay, there's only one white and one black in each row, in each column and stuff, but it's a 4x4, it's more just a checkerboard cube, which is very cool. It is also just like, really easy to solve and quite a fun, quick little thing. And like with a few turns, you can get to this, which is basically what I solve for when I'm solving it. Just like I try to put all the blacks on one side and all the whites on the other, and then it's just like a couple of quick moves, and it's all correct. You know, it's all corrected, which is just really satisfying. Let me say. Really damn satisfying. Also, I can make it into a 2x2. This is what a 2x2 Sudoku cube would look like if, you know, if you were wondering. That's what I was trying to show, but I don't know how to directly go from this to 2x2 version. That's hard. I only know how to go through the intermediate step of all black on one side, all white on the other. It's really cool. Again, really cool learning new ways to manipulate the cubes and figure it out. I also have this one, which is like another sandwich cube, except that the inside is all one color. If you're wondering why it's Irish, these are just the colors that were left over from the other cube. Though I still have like 2 cubes worth of pieces, but no clear way of assembling them into anything interesting. I also got these 2 things, which are just like, they're whatever. I'm gonna put them in a drawer and forget about them because after solving them like once or twice, because, meh, they're not great, honestly. They're not great puzzles, truth be told. I don't see a real Ferrari, and I'll say, hey, it's the lightning round. Woo. Folks, do you know what time it is? Do you know what time it is? That's right. It is time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, we will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes our way. 7 for the first person who is here. For any level that has a clear rate of less than 1%, and Super Worlds. Those are the 3 conditions that get us the bonus heads, which are represented by, extra thing. It is nearly 8 o'clock, yes. But, tonight it was activated by card, rather than by time, but it was basically the same time as always. But I put it on a card this time, for fun. The bonus heads, they come in a variety of forms, which we will see later, but right now, Real Ferrari is not here, has not confirmed, so we'll just do the 2 heads, and yeah, let's go. I'll say, I have a number of anime cards up next. Those are the next cards, so, you know, I'll pull 3 at a time, and there's 12 of them, so but the next 4 levels or so, we'll talk through a bunch of anime that ended, and that were good or not good, depending. We'll see. The 100th special. 100th and last level. Damn, hey, you got to 100. I was about to say, like, why last, but it makes sense. You can only have 100 levels. I hope if they make a Mario Maker 3, that won't be a limitation, but then again, I have never gotten that far, and it's unlikely that I'll make 30 levels in the next, like, couple of years before they put out Mario Maker 3, I think. That is my suspicion anyway. Let's go. We have 2 tries on account of I do not see a Real Ferrari. That was a bad way to die, but hey, I needed to jump sometime to get out from under there. Okay, this is some sort of puzzle where we're exploring a world and getting power-ups. Okay. Lovely. Okay, don't go over there yet. I thought going into the pit would be the solution, but that's not a pit for hiding in. That's a pit for, like, dying in, I guess. You could get out if you waited for it to retract, but I didn't, so bleh. Whoa. Is that gonna be a problem? Nope, it's just a damn. Just a thing. Oh. I'm sure the next person will be here, and then we'll give them the bonus heads, or whatever, you know? They might have had them anyway on account of, Super World or, difficulty, but, you know, I do think it's good to just have that be... Bah! Okay. Good attempts. Thank you, Real Ferrari. I appreciate it. Real Ferrari, I'm gonna give you 1 minute more. I need to go get a drink of water. I'm thirsty. I'm real thirsty. Give me a second to refill my water, folks. I'll be back in, like 20, 30 seconds. Alright, I'm back. It's been about half a minute for people watching it live. Like 0 seconds for people watching the VOD, which is nice. Suffice it to say, Real Ferrari did not confirm, so we'll be dismissing and moving on to the next level. Barnstormer. Barnstormer, you are up. Go ahead and confirm Barnstormer. Let me put next in chat for Barnstormer. Barnstormer says emote, doing like a salute. Very good. We got heads, we got bonus heads. Oh, that's the wrong button for that. Accidentally popped when I should have refreshed. And let me randomize those bonus heads. Nice and good. Should we start getting into the anime, folks? Let's pull 3 anime cards. Okay, ready, here we go. I finished Blue Box. I'm getting married to a girl in I hate in my class, and Sorayo Utility. 3 anime from 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 last Friday, actually. I accidentally fucked up my YouTube chat on my screen. Let me fix that. Jeez. I accidentally made it like all weirdly part of my other OBS window. There we go. Get back into a normal spot, you. Right, 3 anime that I finished. Let me pull up the thing. Blue Box. Top tier rom-com, fairly good sports anime, cute ass faces. That's right. Blue Box had a reputation as being one of like Jump's best rom-coms ever, and it is a top tier rom-com. Amazing stuff. I love the fact that like for most of the show, spoilers, the two like main love interests like cohabitates a little bit. That's really fun and good, and it makes for a very sweet romance. And also there's the subplot of like the boy wants to like, you know, do good at the sports before he confesses to the girl. So there's a little bit of drama like, is he going to do good at the sports and get better at the sports, which is fairly good. You know, not like the best sports anime content, but like, hey, it works well to help with the rom-com and give you something to do in between like major romantic moments, which it has a lot of those. 5 out of 5 with a heart. That is a top tier show. Excellent. Also, good, but not top tier though, is I'm getting married to a girl I hate in my class. The basic concept of that is just basically like, what if someone made 2 tsunderes get a room already? You know, I feel like there is a way of looking at it going like, okay, so the plot is that these 2 are forced to get married. That's weird. And it's like, think of it like the writer is making the 2 of them who typically would not just read the room and get a room already. It's just making them get a room literally. And facilitates a little bit of fun, I think. And it's fun to see them like, you know, get to grips with each other and also to like, you know, come to terms with feelings they definitely have. It's a fun rom-com. I give it a 5 out of 5. I quite enjoyed it. And finally, Sorai Utility is a golfing anime with characters that are super, super zany and wacky and fun. They have high energy levels, basically. Fun slice of life shenanigans. A lot of like verve, a lot of like extra mustard on everything, you know. They put a lot of energy into everything they do. Gags, jokes, little funny little bits, overblown character personalities. They go the distance, and I liked just about every part of it. It was a fantastic little thing. Quite good. 5 out of 5 and a heart. That's the first 3 of them. All right. Okay, good. We cover them we cover them 3 at a time. We'll get through them in no time. Whew. You know, I'll say there have been streams before where I had this many anime to cover, and you know, if I'm not careful, anime talk could be like the main thing, or specifically anime talk could like cover a whole hour. But like, we can get through it faster than that, I think. There's just 12 of them. How long does it take to discuss 12 anime? What's this? Nitro Rider. Cool. We already lost 1 life. Let's do it! Shit. Those 3 all ended last Friday, so I could have talked about them last Friday if I had like, you know, watched them before last Friday's stream, but I didn't, and now I'm talking about them now, and it's good. Oh, crap. I should trust the indications. Pulled back there. Pulled back there. Made it so I didn't get the distance we need. 2 more tries left. Let's do this. We got this. We got this. How's it going? It's going well. Though I picked a bad time to be distracted. It's going good. I think we can still do this. I think this is not irreparably messed up. Come on! Come on! Yes! Yes! It is time to clutch. That's right. We did it. We clutched. We got a checkpoint, and that means we refresh our doodads. And now we have all the lives in the world to lose again. What's the deal with this? We gotta like stop or something. Oh, slide. Slide lets you go through the things. I thought the POW block would do that. There we go. Now, fuck. I was gonna say now we got it for sure, and then I died. Teach me to say anything, I suppose. It was looking really good, wasn't it? For like, you know, a good couple minutes there. It wasn't a couple minutes. There we go. Whoa, wow, that timing. That POW block. How do you get that? Do you just run off the ledge? Maybe if we run off the ledge, we'll land somewhere and it'll be fine and good. And, you know, dandy. All will be dandy. We just have to trust. It's a trust exercise. I trusted too much there. I thought I threw it on the indicator, but maybe I did too soon. I just need to get down to 1 life. Yes, 1 life is the key. Fuck, here we are at 1 life again. Okay, once again, it's time to clutch. Clutch! No. That one was not so clutch. Not so... There's clutch and there's not so clutch. That was not so clutch. Not so clutch. Yes, that's right. Yoshi Head had to go. That was really good. I did see the pipe, yeah. Just that one POW eluded me. Yeah, those are some good tries. I'll agree. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for the level, Barnstormer. I'm hitting dismiss. ZLQ ZLQVA. That's how you say that. Those are letters that are in the name. Go ahead and confirm. Go ahead and confirm whenever you like. I'm gonna hit next. Oh, I'm accidentally hit next both in the Twitch chat. Oh, that's fine. That's good. ZLQ Lave, go ahead and say a thing. Let me go ahead in the meantime while we're waiting for ZL Cube. What do you think about current seasonal anime? Well, I'm glad you asked, Neagle Jiggle. Let me pull 3 more cards. Wow, look at that. There's an answer for you. As far as, more thoughts on more anime. I finished Living with an Otaku Neat Kuno Ichi. I finished, Okitsura. I fell in love with an Okinawan girl, but I just wish I know what she was saying. That's actually how the name goes. It actually does say, I know what she was saying. I wish I know what she was saying. And I also finished I Want to Escape from Princess Lessons. Well, how about that? Let's look at these nice things that'll say like what the show is and what to think about it. I don't drink soft drinks, so I have no opinion on Fanta or Sprite. Scott Meyer. Ninja show, Otaku Neat, Kuno Ichi. It's alright, I don't know. In the second episode, a character says, like, of their new life, living with a shut-in, Kuno Ichi neat girlfriend. He's like, I guess this is okay. I guess this is fine. And that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, yeah, I guess it's alright. It's not bad. There is one character who is, like, offensive in ways, and there's one character whose gag is better than, like, everyone else's. But for the most part, it's just, like, pretty okay ninja girls hanging out and doing stuff. And it's like, it's fine, whatever. It's kind of a wash. There's some mediocre action in there, which is, who cares, Doesn't really affect the quality of it one way or the other. It's fine. It's a 3 out of 5. Moving on. Hard. It's been like 2 hours since we started, so you missed like 2 hours worth. You missed Nintendo Direct stuff and other similar stuff. Okitsura. Fell in love with an Okinawan girl. I fucking love this one. Okitsura, I think, is like low-key the one new show of the season that I'm most thinking will be like up high on the list as far as like anime of the year goes, like as far as like this season goes. Like if every season has to either get 2 or 3 anime, it's probably one of the 2 or 3 that gets picked up from this season for the top 10 list, if it's balanced in that way. Okitsura is fucking great. It's a rom-com with, it's a rom-com about a boy who just moved to Okinawa, a girl who speaks very heavily, like, Okinawan dialect, who he has to, like, he can't understand a lot of the things she says, and a third girl who interprets for him what she says. And by the way, that third girl has a pretty deep little crush on him, which is very good. The main girl, the Okinawan girl that he fell in love with, it's on Crunchyroll. The Okinawan girl he fell in love with is like a like free spirit type, carefree, full of energy. And she's really great. One of the best of those characters, I guess. But her friend who interprets, she's like sort of a cool girl, but her like crush on him is like portrayed as so sweet and tender. It's hard not to root for her. I'll say when it comes to rom-coms, I'm always the one being like, I just want them all to have fun, I'm like Marge Simpson or whatever. I just want them all to have a good time. I'm not picking sides here, but goddamn, I love that second girl. She is just extremely relatable. She's just like extremely earnest and sweet in her affections, and she's also kind of cool on top of that. She has like blonde hair. I think she's maybe a little bit of like Yaru type. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's different when you're Okinawan. Maybe Okinawans do have blonde hair sometimes. But it's cool and good. Yeah, the ED has been different every few episodes. That's true. I did notice that, and I guess I need to go round up the other versions of the ED or something, because they're really good. The OP is really good on it as well. I really like the OP. That show is fantastic. It also just has a lot of good Okinawan trivia, They like build a lot of really good gags and jokes around like the main dude not knowing something that Okinawans take for granted, like, oh, here in Okinawa, when we say like, let's do something, let's do something, we mean I'm going to go do something, like, like, apparently they might say, like, let's go to the bathroom. And what they mean is, like, I'm going to the bathroom. But he misunderstands. And at one point, that causes a little bit of a miscommunication between him and the girl who has a crush on him, who says, like, I'm going shopping. And he says, like, oh, thanks for inviting me. And she's just like, what? Huh? It's just very good. It's just very funny. And also you get like a really good like episode of them basically going on a date unintentionally, which is just so fun and good. And you're just like, oh, yeah, it's really fun and sweet. I can't recommend it enough. And that's why I recommended it for like probably more minutes than any of the other previous anime. I Want to Escape from Princess Lesson was really disappointing. The basic concept is that there's a girl who is stuck in princess lessons, and she tries to get out, and you know, she's being like just forced into being prim and proper through like very sadistic and very controlling lessons that take up a lot of her life, and she thinks she gets out of it early in the first episode and really just speaks her mind, and she has like a real feisty, opinionated attitude, and she's a little bit of a goofball, a little bit quirky, and that's fun. But then like the rest of the show is like the prince just trying to gaslight her into being in a relationship with him, which just, ugh. Every other character other than the princess really sucks in this show, and that's unfortunate, and also she never escapes her fate. And that was just really depressing and a bummer to me. I saw Mother's Basement basically say the same thing. Basically say like, you know, like this is kind of a horror anime about a girl who's being convinced that what's happening to her is okay and normal, and that the stalker prince is actually really nice and, you know, just trying his best. And it's really okay that he has a secret passage that leads to her room. That's normal. And it's okay for him to say, like, you can't block it. You can't make it so it can't open. That's weird. That's really weird. Ugh. I like Hanako-kun, yeah. I liked in Princess Lessons, I liked the main character, and I liked how excited she always was to like turn to the camera and like give her like opinion, sort of in like a Shakespearean way, I guess is the comparison. I saw Mother's Basement saying it's like Shakespearean. I guess that's the thing that they do in plays sometimes, you know, turn to the audience and say like, I'm cooked, aren't I? What's going on here? And I just read that as like her being very like excited to share her opinion, which is good, but I was just really put off by where it went, and 2 out of 5, it's the worst show that I ended up watching this season. And yeah. Wouldn't recommend it like at all. I was really depressed by where it went. Did XLQVE confirm? I don't think XLQVE did, so I'm gonna put sudden death then, and let's enter in this code. HV was XLQLV on the YouTube side or something? No, definitely not. Okay, so YouTube for the Twitch was sufficient to alerts. Oh, it's hard to parse this damn thing with all the characters next to each other like this. Hey, happy birthday, Scott Mayer. Yeah, sure, I'll wish you a happy birthday all you want. If you do it every week, though, I'll probably, like, notice, but I'm sure you're being on the level here. You know, it'd be funny if someone tried to get that every week, and I forgot. I do watch Toilet Bon Hanako-kun, yeah. I think this season of Toilet Bon Hanako-kun has been good, has been really good. Is it intentional or unintentional horror? Princess Lessons. I think unintentional. I think the show, you're just supposed to genuinely think that the prince is a good guy and genuinely supposed to like him. I loathe him, though. And also all of his family members. I especially hated that little, like, short guy who was like a noble or something. His stick was so annoying. I think you're supposed to be, like, amused by their bullshit. Sad. I was not. Hang on 1 second. Let me, I could talk to Medalist real fast. Yeah, Medalist is extremely good. One of the best things this season, for sure. Woohoo! I couldn't see myself. I didn't realize I wasn't dead, and then I died because, yeah, just didn't react to, still being alive properly. Fuck. And yeah, we're out of lives on account of I don't see XLQVE here, so, you know, we can't do any more tries. Medalist is one of the best sports anime in a long time. I think Medalist is amazing. I would say it's the best sports anime since I think it's better than Blue Lock. I'll say I think it's better than Blue Lock. It's better than Aoashi, which means it depends if you count the fishing show from last year as a sports anime. It's the best sports anime since that one. Otherwise, it'd be years since you could find like a sports anime as good as Medalist, I think. Medalist is extremely good. It's on Hulu though, so you know, Hulu is really bad at subtitled anime. You might want to seek it out elsewhere, even if you have Hulu. You know, as a rule. That just makes sense to do. Thank you, ZLQVE. Thank you for the level. We weren't able to get through it on account of you weren't here to give us like 2 more tries. You know, I think we would have gotten through it given like 1 more try. But maybe that's optimistic. Maybe that's optimistic. Let me hit dismiss. And I'll get up the next one, which is by Countess Timpani, who is here. Excellent. Another 3 cards, another 3 anime, and we're like over halfway done now with the anime talk. Excellent. I finished Zenshu. Medaka Koriyawa is impervious to my charms, and I have a crush at work. A lot of these are gonna be 5 stars because I mostly watch anime that I think are great and that I, you know, have no reason not to fully recommend. Now, there are a couple that are above that in like S tier, you know, best of all time situation, which, you know, is good and all. And I'll say why as they come up. Next one, Zenshu is a bit of a weird one, but I think it's really well made and really compellingly weird. You can ignore the synopsis. It sort of like hides what it actually is. It's an isekai where the main character goes into the world of the movie she loved as a child that was a dark tragedy, and by summoning like fancy animated, she like draws big monsters from like existing shows that you might have seen, and they like save the day in like big flashy battle animation. And then also she hangs out and is like a weird recluse, which, you know, puts off everyone for a while until everyone warms up to her, which is fun and good and well written. And I like her as a character. The world, I warmed up to that. I was a little put off by the fact that it was a isekai and not like a Shirobako like, but I think it's really well made, great production values, and I think the plot went in enough interesting directions where it does have the vibes of a prestige anime, you know, one that's trying to be like, oh, I want to be like your, you know, your Wonder Egg priority. I want to be the anime everyone's talking about, is sort of the vibe of Zenshu. I feel like it wasn't quite received well enough to do that, and you can see I didn't put a heart on it. I didn't put it in, like, best of all time situation. But, I do think it is 5 out of 5. I do think it is excellent. There is just a little bit of weirdness that's... It's something that you warm up to a little bit over time after a few episodes. You get into it and it's like, okay, this is good. I can deal with it. It's very well made. Give it that. Next up, I have to move my chats around so I can see the thing. Oh, Impervious to Charms. That's right. Impervious to Charms It's an anime original. That's right, yeah. Are anime originals often like prestige things? That one was an anime original. I could see that, yeah, that makes sense. Feels like a prestige type show. Medaka Koreawa is not prestige. It is sort of a trashy sort of show where the idea is that the main character is like kind of up in her head and not used to people like not like adoring her. And so there's one guy who doesn't adore her, so she like goes way too far in trying to win him over, like you know, using her whole everything she's got to try to win her over, and sometimes going too far and going like in her head, ooh, I went too far on that. I definitely showed him more than I should have done. And, you know, in some cases going like, way too far, you know, accidentally. In either case, it's funny. And, an outrageous fun time. You know, it is an ecchi. It's, horny. It's, you know, there's some ridiculous, horny situations in there, some of which that she is concocting as a scheme, others of which just by mistake. And in either case, it's fun to see, you know. It's a fun premise that leads to some fun business, and I really like her perspective, right? She has like a nice exterior personality, and she in her mind is just constantly like being more rough and speaking in a thick Osakan dialect, which, you know, his subtitle is like speaking kind of, you know, like with contractions and stuff all over. Like, you're not I don't really even know how to describe it, but a rougher sort of, like, speech pattern, you know? And just a little more crude and, knowing of what she's up to. It's fun hearing the inside track of how her plans go, and, he's alright. Yeah, apparently the opening went viral in Japan because the dance looks a bit stiff. I don't mind it, though. I think she is cute, and I like to see a bunch of girls doing the same dance in an opening, and I guess I'm just not that picky about whether it looks stiff or not. I don't know, what the fuck, maybe dances look stiff. You could tell me that was a real dance and I wouldn't know. Dances change all the time and all. Finally, the ninth anime I'm talking about tonight is I Have a Crush at Work, or Can You Keep a Secret? This one wasn't licensed by anyone in America, so you kind of have to go find it, you know, wink wink nudge nudge. Use a VPN and go to the Chinese site, haha. You could do that, or you could just, you know. Anyway, it's low-key great. It's a low-key excellent rom-com about adults and who act like adults. They're trying to hide their relationship at work, and they're kind of bad at it. You know, like they're getting into scenarios and they're just like acting a little bit too aggressive or a little bit too like the lady doth protest too much, and it's fun to watch. The characters are really lovable and likable, and I really like how it portrays it as a adult relationship. You know, in other words, like, yeah, no, there's a scene in like the third episode, spoilers, minor spoilers, where it's just like, it's like the morning after, and they're just waking up, and, you know, they did it the last night, and you're just like, okay, well shit, they are adults, that's what you do as adults. They slept over. What the fuck? Yeah. A surprising rarity in anime, just adults in an adult relationship acting like adults. But they're adults in an adult relationship acting like adults, and they're really likable. Their jobs are interesting enough to, like, be interesting, you know? They're, like, making sweets or something. They have, like, some personal goals they're pursuing, and I really like them. I give it a heart. It's low-key one of the best, rom-coms about adults, you know, since, like, the likes of Watakoi, I guess. And maybe last season's one with the two that were faking a relationship until they weren't, you know. That one was also top tier. I like this one just about as much as that one, just about as much as Watakoi. Really good one. Really highly recommend. It's really sad it didn't get licensed in the States. or in the West. Check it out somehow. Hands up, I say no more, say no more. You understand? It's good. Really glad this year I've taken a policy of trying out all the shows, even if they're not licensed in the US. Already paying dividends, I'll say. Already paying dividends. And I should probably go back and watch some shows that didn't get licensed, like Girl Band Cry from last year. It's just that, I don't know. It's takes time to, dedicate the time. Yeah, and it never ended up watching, Puriru. What's Puriru? No, I didn't. I don't think I have. Oh crap, I see the thing here. I'm not gonna count that one. I'll not count that one. I walked into the wrong door. Oh, it's a cute slime. I dropped that one. I just wasn't feeling it. A little nothing to me, I thought. Oh, is this like 3 different horrible things? Wow, okay. Well, we should try every one of them and choose the one that we're most likely to get through. What the hell? We have to like do a running start and like go up and down and up and down? You found an ad for the sale of the apartment where you live your childhood? You might buy? That's interesting. Just try your best. I don't stick with every show, I try a lot of them. It might be surprising, insofar as, like, I talk about, like, 20 per season. But there's a lot of shows that I drop and just go like, I'm not feeling it, one reason or another. Some of them are, like, relatively big, like... there are some relative, like, shows that some people say are, like, anime of the year quality that I was just like, I don't know. I don't really know where this is really going. I'm out. What's the biggest one of those? Probably Crazy Odd Taxi? I just wasn't feeling it. I was kind of looking for more just, like, one-off stories, and instead it was, like, a whole, like, plot thing that I wasn't feeling. And then I was just like, I'll say I have a whole thing in my, like, I have a whole thing where a whole list of shows where it's like, okay, I should give these a second try. I didn't watch Solo Leveling, that's another one. Though Solo Leveling is an odd one because I hear just as many people saying like, yeah, this is trashy and bad, but people like it anyway. We like it anyway. It sort of has the same vibes as like a, the same sort of vibes as like a, same sort of vibes as like a Rent-A-Girlfriend, where it's like, oh, it's popular, but it's trash, and Rent-A-Girlfriend is actually one that I did go back to, and I do think it gets better as it goes, and, I'll say like the last season of Rent-A-Girlfriend was extremely good, like I gave it a heart and everything. I was really impressed by the last season of Rent-A-Girlfriend, Solo Leveling is really good. I'll put it on my list of... Remind me tomorrow to put Solo Leveling on my list of shows to give a second try to. I dropped off when it just seemed like... At the start, right? Where everyone was just dying. And I was just like, I don't know where this is going. This seems like kind of depressing and weird. The main character hasn't done anything cool yet. Pass. Obviously the hook had not come at that point. Though I'll say, like, I'm not really into, like, things that are just dark for the sake of being dark. So, like, that sort of intro might hook some other people, but not me, But I think I'm hearing that, like, he does eventually do cool things. Like, that's the whole point of the show after the first arc or so. I'm gonna hit Lost. You're currently watching Rent-A-Girlfriend, which airs in July. Oh, that's nice. That's good. I love the Trash Girl. The Trash Girlfriend. Not the Trash Girlfriend. The Millennial. Not the Millennial. Is she a Millennial? No, she'd be the next thing. A Zoomer. That's right, a Zoomer. I love the Zoomer girl. She's so fun. She's a really fun character. Rick, go ahead and confirm. I could do another card, but let's, I only got 3 more anime to show for this anime segment. The Hook comes around in episode 4. Yeah, I think I stopped at 3. I think I gave it a 3. Or a 2, I forget. I forget on that one. Rick, go ahead and confirm. Let me see. What else do I have in my list of shows to give a second chance to? Let's see. There's some big ones, I think, in there. There's some big ones. March comes in like a lion. I bounced off that one. Uraragi no Usagi-chan? What the fuck is that? Oh, some slice of life thing. I kind of bounced off that. Urodoku, The World in Colors, bounced off that. That was years ago. Ranking of Kings. Didn't care for that. No, I didn't like the little boy. I didn't buy into him. Odd Taxi, We Never Learn, Boku Ben. We Never Learn. Didn't seem that good. It seemed kind of like the, Dead, you're gonna have to submit like this. Let me show you. Seemed like sort of the quintuplets we have at home, you know, but I did see it kept on getting seasons, and sometimes when I see a show get a second season or a third season, I go like, well, why? Maybe there's something there I didn't see. And, you know, an hour-long first episode would have helped. Yeah, definitely. Sakura Quest fell off that. Magic Estella, I think that was about, like, game development. Uro Manga Sensei. That one. Weird one. Is there a way to check what you dropped on AniList? No, there's not, actually, because I delete. I delete any anime I drop. I don't have a dropped list, because that would basically be every anime that existed. You could go through, like, the, my status and look for dropped. You can't filter for dropped, though, can you? So you just have to scroll indefinitely. And then every one I would put, like, a comment on why I dropped it. The thought process therein. And, you know, that's, cool. Let me copy and paste, let me submit X-Dead's level for them. Just so I can make sure they're in there. There you go, X1 Dead. And if you submit, I'll unsubmit. I just don't like the clutter of them. You know, and also, I've been deleting them for so long, I couldn't, like, undo it, you know? I couldn't, like, unpull that ripcord. The only ones I didn't try were ones that were not, like, localized. Yeah, I've heard Ranking of Kings get good. That's one of the shows that people say is like a anime of the year contender, basically, and I just missed it entirely. And, you know, never went back. There's also shows I missed out of I need to go try. It's sort of a thing where it's easy to keep it's easy for me to do, like, 1 episode a week of any show, right? But doing a 12 or 25 episode show, like, at any time at my leisure, is, like, harder, you know? It's gotta compete with everything else in my life, and also just, like, S, not a 5. And also just, like, you know, catching up on sleep, and video games, and, you know, all sorts of things. Like, I can make time every Saturday for 5 or 6 Saturday shows. But I don't, if I have to, like, schedule out when I'm gonna watch something, it's hard for me to find the time. I should, though. I know. I should go back and do it, and I have it on my list. That's just a thing that, frankly, there's shows that I've been rewatching for, like, 5 years now, it seems like, or shows that I've been watching for 5 years that I've never gotten around to finishing. And occasionally I say, like, let's finish these off. And I finish them off, and then I just start new shows that I'm rewatching. So, you know, that's not good. I don't see Rick, so let's go ahead and put into this. And then after this level, we'll get into the last 3 anime that I watched this season. We've gotten through these 12 things. Not too whoopsie daisy. Okay, we're fucked. We've gotten through pretty fast. And that's definitely making me feel better about next week, where there'll be another 9 shows that I will have finished. And also, wait, I can just do this. Look at that. Look at that. Uh-oh. That doesn't seem good. I did outsmart the first segment, but it's hard to outsmart a saw, actually. Ah well. Ah well. What are you gonna do? We're out of tries. And, yeah. I did talk about I got married to the girl I hate most in my class yet. I gave it a 5 out of 5. I like it a lot. I quite enjoyed that rom-com. 2 tsunderes got a room, and it was pretty fun. You know, they bickered a lot, but that was fun. Like old married couple, you know. Classic thing. Classic situation. Last 3 anime, these all ended... Are these the last 3 or second to last 3? Or there 15? I forget. 15 or 12. Actually, I think there's 15, so 2 more pulls, isn't there? Yeah. Yeah, there's totally 3 more after these. Okay. I finished Flower and Asura, ReZero Season 4, and, Magic Maker, How to Make Magic in Another World. That is correct. Season 3, not 4. Fuck! Oops. Don't worry about that. This one gets it right, though. When we see, you know, this one has the right season on it. But, Flower and Asura, excellent little, slice of life type thing. Good and solid, likable characters, good, you know, interesting stuff that they're doing, you know, recitation and all that. And when they do their recitation, they really, like, put some like, oomph into it. Flower and Asura was enjoyable, yeah. Yeah, they really put some oomph in it, and they make it apparent, like, how good they are at recitation and all that, and they kind of make it a little bit compelling. It feels big and grand, and I liked it well enough, yeah. Not my favorite, but like plenty good, and well worth like a 5 out of 5. It really has no problems. And the parts that are big and grand, and they work and are good. ReZero, I was kind of like torn on this season of ReZero for a simple reason, which is what it basically says there. It's a lot less puzzle boxy than previous seasons. No less excellent, to be clear. It has amazing bits, some killer fights, and some amazing, like, moments all scattered throughout, but part of me just can't help but miss the previous season structure where it was like, oh, you know, Subaru finds himself in an impossible situation, and he has to, like, die and go back in time and try it again, like, 5 or 6 times before he figures out the perfect way through, like, live, die, repeat style. It's the smallest of spoilers, you know, I'll say, like, spoiler, but, like, you know, it is basically like I said, it's less of a puzzle box. The stakes are higher than they've ever been. Spoilers! He kind of first tries it, and it's kind of obvious he's gonna first try it, like, early on, when, like, big action is happening, and no one's, and Subaru's not dying, and you're just like, wait, if they kill him now, how are they gonna have time to do the whole arc? And the answer is like they wouldn't, because he's not going to die. He's going to win. It's like, oh, what? It's good. It's still excellent. I still loved a lot about it, but if I have to think in terms of the show that I love the puzzle box. I love the process of discovery. I love the iteration, you know? It's like, I'll say, reviewing later seasons is always hard because I am reviewing it against the previous seasons at a certain point, right? If this was just season 1 of ReZero, it might have gotten a heart, right? Just for being so extremely good. But I just have to admit that, like, it's not my favorite season of ReZero, and it's not what I was looking for from ReZero. I think I gotta admit that, like, this season of ReZero was weak for me. And for that, it gets 5 out of 5, but no all-time status. You know, I'll say ReZero is still one of my favorite shows of all time. It's not getting less than a 5 out of 5. Not without, like, quality issues, you know? But that, you know, I feel away. I've told that the next arc is really, really, really good. I'm told that season 4 is going to be fantastic, you know, and I've heard other people who had, like, similar takes to me being kind of like, you know, or even having, like, more severe criticisms, right? Basically saying, like, yeah, but season 4 is going to be fucking fantastic. Manga readers, basically. Finally, of the 3 that I just pulled, I hope that season 4 comes out early, soon. I know Dr. Stone is coming out in summer, the next season of Dr. Stone, which is great. Magic Maker. I thought this was a really refreshing and original isekai, where basically the concept is the main character finds himself in a world without magic, and he sort of just has to invent magic from the ground up. And it's cool. It's slow-paced, it's gradual, and it takes a while before anything cool happens, but yeah. Yeah, Dr. Stone just ended, actually, the last season of it. Next set of cards will have Dr. Stone in it. Magic Maker I thought was great. I really liked the characters. I really liked how slow-paced it was, and it felt like a breath of fresh air to me, you know, as far as like, oh, this is an original isekai idea. This is well done, and it's unique, novel, and fun. And I really like how it takes so long for anything cool to happen. Like, that just is really neat and good. And you know, during that time, it's just like slow, gradual experimentation, discovery, etc., world building, and all that stuff is so good that you don't mind that, like, no one has thrown a fireball or anything, you know. And it's not a spoiler to say that fireballs are thrown. Yeah, it's on Crunchyroll, that's right. I believe it's on Crunchyroll. It's not really a spoiler because in the OP, when you watch the OP, it's just like, he's like, yeah, fireball, electric, ooh, you know, you see a bunch of stuff and you're like, okay, I know he's going to throw a fireball eventually. I know that's gonna happen. It's not a spoiler if it's in the OP, right? But, it's a lovely show. It's quite nice, and, probably beats Zenshu as being, like, the like, top isekai of the season? Was there a better isekai this season? Was there an isekai? Next best new isekai, I'll say. Was there another isekai that was really, 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 really good? Was there another isekai that was really, really good this season? That was new? Let me see on my, Annie list here. Middle-aged shopper, no. Red Ranger. Oh, Red Ranger! Red Ranger is definitely better. Red Ranger is definitely the isekai of the season. I'm gonna go, Japan Miss Elf. Japan Miss Elf is also up there. I'd put Japan Miss Elf over Red Ranger as well. And the other isekai that are worth mentioning, Zenshu is just below that one. And, yeah, that's all it for isekai. Okay, there were isekai that were better. Yep. Okay, that's another 3 anime. Let me go ahead And, did I hit dismiss on Rick? Did I play Rick's level? Rick's level was the previous one, right? I think Rick's level was the previous one that we died on. Ratchet Toad is up next. I really should have done the alert thing. Shouldn't I have done? I think I got caught up in the anime talk. Let me hit dismiss. Ratchet Toad. I'm gonna type it in. Is Ratchet Toad good? Scroll, scroll, scroll. Haven't heard from Ratchet Toad in a minute. Let me hit next just for just to. There you go. And let's type in the code. So much anime. So much anime, and it all ends at basically the same time. Doing it like this is hard to, is there anything you are excited to see this coming season? There's some shows next season. There's a bunch of returning stuff like Fire Force and, Windbreaker, bunch else that I'm, there's like a handful of returning shows. As far as new shows, I just like to take them as they come. Though I admit, when I look over the thing, when I look over the, look over the list, sometimes something catches my eye. Like the one where the premise is the girl takes off her underwear to go back in time. That, I think it's season 3. Season 3, I think. Maybe 4? Don't quote me on that. That one caught my eye. A couple others have, like, made me go like, oh, that looks like a good drawing. That looks like a good name. Huh, maybe it's good. Hang on. I could put it on screen. Any chart. Show me, spring? Spring. Let's see here. Toggle phone. Damn it. Get rid of the ad. Close. Get rid of this ad and don't click on it. Damn it! Ad! Ad, go away! Oh, what the fuck? You can't see? I'm sorry, I thought you could comically see me, like, clicking on stuff. Okay, I was going like this, clicking on a big X, and, it's not closing it. I do need AdGuard DNS. I don't know how you do that. Christ almighty, that's a... Fuck you! I clicked on the... There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's... Okay, there we go. Fire Force Season 3. Yeah. Windbreaker's back. Slime 300 is back. Oh, fuck yeah. My Hero Academia Vigilantes. Please put them on. Takamine-san. We'll find out what the deal is with that, pretty soon. These should be sorted by next airing episode. Yeah, show me the newest ones first. Show me when they're starting. Please put them on. Find out how we think of, please put them on next week. Next Friday. I'm kind of curious about, you know what? This is, go to settings, and it is in English. Fuck. I think that one is called, Can Men and... Oh, there, that, I was interested in that one. Can boy-girl relationship survive? That character looks cute. I bet that's good. Not watching that because I didn't watch season 1. Didn't watch season 1 of that, so I'm not interested in that. There's Fire Force. Slime 300. What else is there? What else is there? An Uma Musume? I think that's just a single episode or something. I don't know. That's a is that a whole series? Is that a whole Una Musume series? I definitely like to watch Una Musume. If that's a whole thing. The Gorilla's God Go-To Girl? Well, that drawing looks really good. That feels like it. I'm betting that one is good. Aha, Ren is back? Okay, sure. My Hero Academia, whatever. That drawing looks really great. I bet that one's good. Mobile Suit Gundam. Hey, go Mobile Suit Gundam. That'll be good. Too Perfect Saint. Tossed aside my fiance and sold to another kingdom. Some of these gotta be bad. A ninja and assassin under one roof. That looks cute. I don't like the art of that one. I'm gonna bet that one's bad. Teogonia. Eh. Mono. That looks good. A lot of these look good. I bet a lot of these will be good. I have no idea. And I'll find out when I watch it. Loser Sentai, Loser Action Hero Guy. Another season of that. That's fantastic. That one was exceptional. There's some good shit. Definitely some good shit. And, I did see that High Dive got, Yandere Dark Elf. And I'm feeling like that'll probably be like similar to the Chubby Chaser one. Elf loves potato chips. Elf can't lose weight. What's that called? Probably on that same level. Okay, you know. Mono was written by the same person who wrote Laid Back Camp. Oh shit. That's cool. That's a cute love bot. That might be good. There's probably some good stuff here. We'll see. Look forward to finding out as the season starts. Let's play the level. Let's play a level. Let's stop messing around here. I don't see Ratchet Toad, so sudden death it is. Ads suck. You know, that's just true. Really hate ads, and man, you know, I cannot go back to having ads on my like computer browser. When Chrome disables that shit, I'm going to fucking what's it? Firefox. That's just how it's gotta be, you know? Just takes being fucked around with one ad before you're just like, okay, you know what? You made an X and you made it not work. That's fucking shit. You know? That's fucking a dick move. You're gone. You get out of here. 06, I put AdGuard DNS in the Discord. Oh, great, cool. I'll have a look at that later. I didn't realize I had a clear condition here. Fuck. I'll not count that one. We'll start over from the start, and I'll kill the Koopas this time. But I only have one life left, though. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Should be able to do it with a bit of skill. There we go. Ooh. I'll have to try that out and see if it's cool. Has this ever happened to you situation, you know, where next week I'll be able to say like, oh, look at this, no more ads, woo! Can't wait for that. Can't wait for that. Ads are a menace to us all. And we cannot let them come back. We cannot let them ruin our internet again. We cannot let them do that. That's just, God. Thank you for level, Ratchet Toad. We were able to get through just barely. Good crap. Very cool. I should pay attention to, clear conditions better. Phenomenal Spectrum. Spectre, you are up. Spectrum? That's not it. Go ahead and confirm. I don't think I've seen Spectre in a minute. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I have. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and, pull up, the last of the anime cards. Cool, great, yes, here we go. I finished Dr. Stone Science Future, Season 4, Part 1. I finished From Bureaucrat to Villainous, Dad's Been Reincarnated, and I finished Trillion Game. Hey, Jose, you know how to submit. ! Ad, and that'll get you in there. Finish those 3. Let me pull those down and show their like things that include the synopsis and stuff. The last season of Dr. Stone, this current season, I feel like throughout this entire season, I've gotten a feeling of like it is getting good, you know, oh, it's getting good. And then it, you know, was basically just getting good until the very end, but also it is still extremely good. For that reason, it doesn't get a heart, but I am giving it 5 out of 5. Really exciting stuff. It's just that I really wish it ramped up a bit faster. You know, like with the previous note on like ReZero, it's like I do think this is maybe I've seen better seasons of Dr. Stone. You know, it is not my favorite season of Dr. Stone. It does have some really unique stuff in it, and that unique stuff makes it so that they're not so much inventing stuff all the time in this season. But that isn't to say there aren't new inventions all the time. It's just that they're not being actively like thought up on the spot. You know, they're more just being like rolled out and being like, hey, we have this. This is a thing. Hey, check this out. And that's not quite as good, but it's still pretty cool and exciting to see. You know, it's still good. Next, there is Bureaucrat the Villainous, Dad's Been Reincarnated. I would describe this one as a surprisingly good villainous isekai, and also a surprisingly normal villainous isekai. For a villainous isekai where the concept is that the person getting reincarnated is a 50-year-old dad, it's like surprisingly archetypical of the genre, and also it is a very good gag that continues paying dividends like throughout the whole thing. I'll say with this one, I was very much on the verge of giving it a heart. Like, it was about as close as you could come to S tier as it comes. It's a fun show. The gimmick is that the main character, you know, he was a salaryman for years and years and years, and it turns out that being a salaryman kind of surprisingly prepares you well for being like an aristocrat, which is just a very funny concept. The idea that the 50-year-old man has just had the perfect life experience to be ready to become like a 15-year-old, like, you know, affluent teenager, you know, girl, is just very funny on its face. He keeps on finding, like doing things right by accident or on purpose, and it's funny every time where he's just like, God damn it, I was supposed to be the villainess there, but instead, they interpreted my words in a very positive way because I said them too nicely. Damn it! He's really trying to play his role, but instead everyone loves him because he's just so like, he's just like so on point with like his elegance sheet. And also there's a meta layer, which is really cool. I'll say like, without giving away too much, you do find out and see a little bit of his wife and daughter, and they are both very fun. Like, his daughter is an otaku, and so is his wife, and so is him. So they are very nerdy people and very funny people. It's really great. I think it's the best villainous isekai that I've seen, and I guess it's saying something that the best villainous isekai I've seen doesn't qualify for favorite status. Like, yeah, I think every other villainous isekai has fallen off, either from like, oh, the plot didn't go much of anywhere, the characters were a little too archetypical, and like the plot was just a little too formulaic. And I'll say the plot here is kind of formulaic. The characters are pretty stock. It doesn't go like surprising places, but it is still really good, regardless of those like genre issues, I guess. It's still really fun. And I still like really enjoyed the hell out of it. Finally, there's Trillion Game, which is just an incredible ride. Really enjoyed the last 2 episodes yesterday. Those were just the best that they've been in ages. I've said before, I think, that like the first core of this, I think got like an A or an A+, and the second one, I'm thinking, the second core, like the second half, has been a little less good insofar as the schemes that they were doing were a little less plausible, but that last episode maybe saved it, maybe put it in A tier when all is said and done, even this season. It's really good. It's made by the same writer as Dr. Stone, and has a lot of that same, like, big, crazy, like, power moves, except in the business context instead of in the Stone world context. And it's fun to see them, like, bluff and scheme and figure out how to go from rags to riches, even if sometimes their schemes are, like, not really plausible. Like, okay, I don't know that you can really just do that and have it be a success, You need some weird scheme for that to work. And oftentimes they have weird schemes and they're fun to see play out. I'll say, even if they're not plausible, if anyone could do it, it would be those guys. The main character is such a incredible con man. He is just like has an impeccable sense of like manipulation and like an eye for like scheming, basically. It's incredible to watch him work, and the other main character is alright too, as is like all the other talented people they pick up and, make part of their organization, get to invest, etc., etc. It's a very fun show, and I would recommend it, highly. I do think that as Dr. Stone started, it like kind of showed it up a bit. I think Dr. Stone is kind of a little more potent. Coming from the same person, it has a very similar style and is maybe just a little bit more compelling. But Trillion Game, they do some amazing things. It's a hell of a ride. And therein lies... There's the end of the anime. That's all the anime talk. Oh my god. That's all the anime that was this season. Oh. What time is it? We've been going like an hour since the lightning round started. Okay, cool. Probably didn't play that many levels relatively, as I stopped to talk about like three individual anime like each time. The first 3, those are like a minute each and out. Some of those later ones, it's like I gotta like lay in like why I'm feeling so strong about them, why I like them, issues therein, quibbles, etc. I'll say with any of these anime, I've also written like letterbox style reviews, which you can see in the Annie list. On my Annie list, as like a comment. Oh, hey, Lord Bowser, how you doing? Thank you for the raid, Lord Bowser. How you doing? Hello, Lord Bowser. Let me try to copy the name Lord Bowser. How the fuck do you do a copy? Okay, here we go. Copy here, and then I do this macro that I have. Shout out. And that'll do both kinds of shout out. Oh, well, the other type of shout out is broken, so it's not appearing. Oh, well. That's, I hear that's been happening on everyone's, everyone who uses that shout out plugin. That's just, broken.
No.
How you doing, Lord Bowser? You playing Mario Maker 2? Excellent, as always. Or Mario Kart. You do that or Mario Kart.
Oh, no.
It's not an always situation. Damn it, those lives went really quickly. With viewer levels. Excellent. Well, you came at a great time. We are also doing viewer levels, and feel free to submit. How many more cards do I have after those anime cards, now that those anime cards are over? Oh, I have like a bunch. I have like a good amount, though some of them will be quick. I think let's move to close the queue after a few more levels. Let's do the next level and then we'll close the queue after. So everyone get in your levels now. Let's do it. We got like 13 in queue right now. We're like 12 after I dismiss this one because Phenomenal Spectre was not here and we did the things that we have to do. Scott Mayer in the YouTube chat, go ahead and confirm C's. Yeah, it's been a stream so far. Get him in, get him in, get him in. That's right, that's right, that's right. Scott Mayer, go ahead and confirm. That is the thing that will appear on screen after the next level. I'll save some cards too. I'll save some cards for last call since we have like 12 levels and I think like 6 individual pulls. That'll make sense. That'll make sense. So, really, we should be spacing these out. Or we could burn them all and just, you know, talk about other stuff for the last 6 levels or so. That'd be fun as well. I could talk more about anime. Believe me, I could. I could talk about the shows that haven't finished yet. The 9 that will finish by next time. And also, you know, Apothecary Diaries, which is going on in the next season. I think Apothecary Diaries is the only thing I'm watching that's continuing on. Apothecary Diaries is really good. I'll say I haven't really been super sold this season of Apothecary Diaries. You know, like the first season of Apothecary Diaries is like top 10 of the year material. You know, like, all-time favorite status, but this season it hasn't like earned its way into S tier yet. I will say the last episode, after I watched the last episode, I did comment on it saying like, oh, it's getting somewhere now. This is getting somewhere. It's getting somewhere. Last episode. 06, did you watch the latest episode? Does it continue to get places? There's some good stuff going on right now, and you know, I do have faith that it will earn an S by the end of its 24 episode run. You know, there'll be some arc that'll be amazing at the end, I bet, as well as some good old-fashioned mysteries, you know, medical mysteries. It'll be cool. Apothecary. You were saying earlier that the new OP is amazing. Yep, getting somewhere. Excellent. Excited for the final episode of 100 Girlfriends? Yeah. I'll say I really loved... Wrong. Oh, that's not good. I really loved that the last episode of 100 Girlfriends ended with the... I mean, this is a spoiler, isn't it? Can I spoil something for a second? Can I say something that happened? I'm gonna do the thing where I throw up my hands, and when I pull them down, spoilers will be over. Ready? I loved that the last... That the narrator ended the episode with, like, are you sure this is the cliffhanger you want to go with? Like, that's a good bit. I love how meta 100 Girlfriends is. I love how meta that show is. It's the best meta has ever been. I'm not going into that pipe. I feel like death awaits for me down that pipe. This pipe? This pipe seems good. You can check the image for the second core. Gotcha. There's an image that sort of like alludes to a good mystery. That's and it's also pretty. Gotcha. I'll have to do that. Man, I wish there was a second core of 100 Girlfriends. I wish that they could do 24 episodes of 100 Girlfriends a year. That would be the best thing ever. But alas, I guess we'll have to settle for 12 every other year. That's fine. What are you gonna do? Can you get under this, or are you always gonna, like, end up going into the pipe? I don't know. Who is your favorite girl? I can't judge. I can't judge. Animating 12 episodes of 100 Girlfriends is hard work. Yeah, that's probably true. That's definitely true. I can't pick a favorite. I don't, you know, canonically, I'll say I'm well prepared to do a joke on this topic next week. Let me say, I have a joke in mind. I've had one for a while, but like, here's the brass tacks, and here's the thing that the joke will say. You know, you'll be on the inside track pretty soon. It is canonically impossible to choose a favorite of the 100. It is canonically impossible. Literally, that's the whole plot, is that you cannot pick one girl. They are all perfect for Rentaro.
Oh no!
Canonically, you can't pick a favorite. Also, I don't play favorites. Hidden key? You think it's a hidden key? I don't pick favorites in general. Like I said, even in the case of the of the Okinawan show, where I was like, man, I really want to root for the one girl, you know, the cool girl who's has such a sweet and very like affectionate crush situation. Oh, what the fuck is this? Fuck. I can't do it. Won't do it. I wonder if we could have just, like, boogied on through there. Scott Mayer, I don't see you in chat, so I think we have to move on. But, thanks for the level. F indeed. That was not a good word. That was not a good room! That was not a good room to be in. But, apparently it's not that hard to clear. 7% of tries end with a clear. So, like, you know, maybe once you get through that room, just run through, maybe. I don't know. Let's, hit, dismiss. I'll bring up one more, and then we'll, start the lightning round, or we'll do, sudden death. Or we'll do last call. It's 06i who is here. Excellent. And this'll mean that 06i can get one more in before the stream is over, which, isn't that a nice thing? Isn't that nice, 06i? Lovely. Now, like before, we go to the light courses, and we pick out the first one that we haven't done yet, which is the start of world, this one. And we've already decided that we count this as a super world, so we get the bonus head. Hey, what the hell? Okay, something went wrong with the bonus heads, but don't worry, I can fix it. And, I can just reset them, and you know what? They reset to Bowser, and Bowser's where they should have been. So it all works out. That's what happens when there's like a desync in like the two heads. One of them somehow ended up farther along than the other one. This is a good, solid sun level. It's very easy to be in the danger zone for the sun, so we gotta watch out. I mean, sometimes, like right now, we're, you know, there's a lot of places where you don't have to fear the sun. You know, so long as you're not in the bottom 2 or 3 blocks of the screen, you don't have to fear the sun. Here, fear the sun. Here, fear the sun. Fear the sun here. Now, right under. Right under. Inevitably. Unless it's an auto-scroll, where you don't have to, you're not always in the middle of the screen. Or if it's an auto-scroll is the main possibility where you wouldn't have to, like, deal with that. Oh, I didn't know that's how you can make it, make a P-switch thing work. Putting a P under a muncher, such that the muncher, like, activates it for you. That's cool. Yes, I agree. This level does look interesting. I think even down here wouldn't be so bad. Like, do I need to duck to avoid the sun here? Yes. But I, you know, just don't... I just have to duck. I don't need to move. And if I was small, I wouldn't have to duck. So it can't kill me. Done! Alright, let's hit complete. And, pull up the next level. Axel is next. Axel, you can confirm at any time. And I'll just put that into the chat, so Axel, on the YouTube side, you can just go ahead and say anything at any point. But, folks, it is time for last call for levels. Time for last call for levels. Axel is here, fantastic. So we will have, you know, full time a day when we get back to out of last call. But during last call, I'm gonna play some of my own levels and, you know, show you some. I saw that you finished your Super World. Yeah, the Super World's done. It also has revisions for like 5 odd levels, which, you know, haven't gotten played that much since they got revised, but doing all right. Check them out. Check them all out. Check out the whole Super World. Gimmick for tonight's Super World thing. Let's have it be levels whose like theming got reused in the Super World. Okay? Levels whose theming got reused in the Super World. And there are a couple of these. Let me look through real fast. I'm looking for very specific types of thing. You'll play that in April? Yes, excellent. I'll say again what I said earlier. I've started working on the trailer, doing like a trailer situation for that. I've got a whole like script as far as like ideas, like how I want to structure it. Basically like saying like, oh, get some first lines, and then say basically what it is and what kind of levels are in it, and then what kind of worlds, and then, you know, some filler. Also, add testimonials at some point. I can probably spare like 10 to 30 seconds to show, like, comments that are really nice, right? I could probably spare that. I don't know. I did read out this whole script, and it seems like with the time I would expect each part to take, the scripted parts would take around a minute. Add, like, a minute of, like, stock footage of really good, cool-looking levels. And, you know, maybe 30 seconds of testimonials, and you got, like, a minute, 2 minutes and a half. I'll also say, I've heard it said... I've heard that there's a whole direct for, like, Super Worlds. I apparently I missed the cut for that. Apparently the next one will be, like, in April, or not April, in August. Different A month. That's fine. I'll catch the next one that's available. I don't mind. I'm not gonna rush this, you know? I'm not gonna rush the trailer. You know? I'm not ready to do it yet. For multiple reasons. Anyway, the first one whose theming was reused is Blustery Backwoods. Let's play it. A bunch of them are this little series here, where I did a bunch of dark levels in a row with very elaborate theming that, like, recast otherwise, you know, different archetypes into a new thing. In this case, I turned the desert into a, in this case, I turned the desert into a little bit of a autumnal forest. That's right. You made it before the, April Direct. That's a thing I'll say that I was thinking about for tonight. Or, like, for an upcoming gimmick. I was kind of curious, like, how many other people had like trailers for their directs or for their Super Worlds, and if tonight and the next stream weren't, like, inevitably going to be slammed with both, like, Nintendo Direct talk and anime talk, then, like, I would have loved either tonight or you know, the last or like I would have loved, like, either tonight or next week's stream to have, like, a side gimmick of, like, okay, everyone, give me your trailers. And maybe you get a bonus for doing that, you know, more time or something, I don't know. Give me your trailers and let's see them. And see what you did. And maybe that'll give me some ideas. You have, like, 4 trailers? Yeah, like, share a trailer. We should do a stream where... we should do... would it be okay if we did, like, a high-concept stream where it was just like, okay... specifically what we're asking for right now are Super Worlds with trailers, and then we'll do, like, a whole world of each one, or something. You know, would that be fun and cool as an idea? How many people have trailers that they can send in? I know Lord Bowser does. Who else has? I know a lot of y'all have Super Worlds, or Super Worlds that you're sending in. Do y'all have, like, I don't know if that could be a gimmick for a whole stream. I guess, like, I would have to, like, reset. A lot of Super Worlds, I'm probably, like, midway through. You know, let's say that people, you know, have them ready. Not sure if enough people will have it. If you're saying that, 06i, and I know you make Super Worlds, Killer has the Super World, I think. I guess not everyone does it. The other one is, the next one to show, actually, let me do the thing. Let me show, like, the level that the theming was reused in. You have a Super World, but it needs a lot of redesigning? Gotcha, yeah, that's sort of a thing. Jose, I'm pretty sure you just haven't come up yet. I will absolutely play your level. It's just, still coming up. I understand it can take a while for a level to come up, like, geez, sometimes things get a little bit slow, but, you know, it is what it is. You can see here that, it's a very similar theme, except this time instead of deserts, it's, snow, so it's sort of a snowy forest. kind of like the idea of having a little bit of snow in a world that was otherwise just a regular ass forest. Almost reminds me of like, you know, Skidda's Row in DKC 3. The fun thing. This is also just like one of the levels that has to be in the trailer. I'll say a subplot of the stream next week on Monday where I play through my whole Super World. A subplot of that will have to be like, let's talk about these levels as they come and like say like, okay, which ones have to be in the trailer? Which ones need to be featured? And I think a lot of them need to be featured. Like this one has a very unique look, and I don't think it can represent Wind Up Woods individually, but definitely put like this part in where like or like the climb specifically. I'm thinking like this part here where like you're climbing through a big room full of those guys. Spike tops. That's a good thing for the trailer. And also, you know, I could even use that as a bit like, oh, it's DKC inspired. Let me show you. I could literally do a thing where I show like the part of DKC 2, Chainlink Chamber, which is just like that, and then cut over to that, you know. Or I could do a thing where like Chainlink Chamber is like superimposed a little bit. I don't know. There's a lot of things you could do during a trailer, I think. Next up for themes that were reused, Zero G Refinery. That's a big high concept one. The spiky red vine thing reminded me of the stuff from DKC. Yeah, totally. Those are brambles. Those are supposed to be brambles. Kind of an ongoing bit of theming for the whole world was that brambles were used for pits in a lot of cases, which was another way of making it so that the like severity of the difficulty was kept down. You know, it's only World 2. I wanted it to be not so difficult. Also, it means that levels that have water at the bottom of them can still have like dangerous pits. Two benefits there. This is low G, 0 G refinery, and it uses sort of an industrial theming with like pipes spewing shit, some smokestacks that you slide down. Did a lot of work here to try to figure out like ways in which to make low gravity platforming more snappy. One thing I realized is that sliding was just as fun. Another thing is that low ceilings mean that you land a lot faster. Running under guys is satisfying. There are a lot of things I realized that make this one work. And as a result, it is one of my levels. Wow, look at that! Currently, the number of, like, likes is 1337. That spells leet. It is one of my few levels that is over 1,000 likes. As a result of all the cool things I put into it. That is a very good number of likes, isn't it? Well, we picked a good day to look at it, I think. That'll change eventually. Just takes one person to change that. You can do what you want, though. You know. I'm not gonna say it has enough likes, but you know, it does have a good number. In any case. How much longer to boobs? 8? That'd be like, no, boob would be like 7,000 away. Boobs would be like 10,000 not 10,000. That'd be like 80,000 away. Boobies, forget about it. You're not. You gotta be like one of the best creators of all time to get the boobies. That just goes without saying. As far as like what theming was reused in the Super World, that would be the smokestacks in particular. They were reused in Smokestack Attack, which got some revisions around the time World 7 was uploaded, so it's a little higher than the list than you would think, but let's play it. This just used the smokestacks though, not the slime, not the sludge, but still very fun and very good theming. And, you know, another one that's just gotta be in the Super World, just for the uniqueness of it. And also because it makes a good example of, you know, it's one of the few times when flying is done in the Super World, so, you know, it's very easy just to imagine, like, okay, a little bit of a shot of Mario flying around in a clown car, shooting stuff, amongst a bunch of smokestack. Mario players get, boobies? I think you probably spell it backwards, like upside down. So it would be like, not 808, not 80081535. I think it'd be 5318008. I had a calculator, as a kid. What part of this would be good for the thing? Can you tell the smokestack nature of it at any point? Here, it's kind of obscured. You can't see, like, anything spewing. Let's see now. Here, it's kind of visible, but kind of not. Maybe you would still just do it. I don't know if there's, like, any one part of the flying section where you get a good view of the smokestacks, but you know, it does look really good, and once you know, like, what the theming is, you can understand it and appreciate it. One of the things that was a big discovery in making that level was realizing you could make it so that the smokestacks came out of the smoke. And that made it so that I could, you know, make the level go left and right and stuff. What other themes were reused? Let me see. From before the Super World to post Super World. This one was not. This one also was not. That's just normal. A lot of these are just normal, I'll say. Nope, nope. Kind of Ramparts Unknown. Definitely Temple Temptation. Should Ramparts Unknown count? Yes, because it's a Ramparts level, and there is a Ramparts level in the Super World. That is theming that is used. This is a Ramparts level where you're on ramparts and stuff, you know, it's a sky-based level, but really it's more about the castles, which is fun. And also it's a little bit inspired by what's it? What's the conveyor belt, the conveyor belt Vine, the DKC3 World, the last world, but the first level of it. It even has that bit where you jump across a conveyor going the wrong way. Same little bit there. And also Phanto is here. This is the first time I ever used Phanto, don't you know? But anyway, castles, jumping across, going left and right, being chased by Phanto. You like the fight against Bowser in the in the world level? Thanks, that's the first Bowser fight. Glad you liked it. That's, sort of the like, it's like the first K. Rool fight, you know? It's in like a DKC, the first one is the bigger one, and then the second one is more of just a shorter finale type situation. So, it's the same case here. But, a fun one, definitely. Very much inspired by, Baron K. Rulenstein. That first one in particular. Ramparts Unknown. Sort of inspired. Theming-wise. The theming of, let's see here. That would be... It was actually one of the ones that got revised. So it's up here somewhere. It is, where is it? Sunburn Sanctuary, which is similar but has a little bit more clouds. There's some clouds, like, sort of like providing some blocking to the level on occasion for like flavor and stuff. But you know, it's a lot of like castles. I think you did, Scott. Yeah, you were earlier. I don't think we completed it. I don't remember exactly. Did you have a hard one or an easy one? Well, I'll say if it was a hard one, we did not clutch it out, so, you know, it was a level that was not so clutch, you know? So you might want to resubmit. A hard one? Yeah, that one was not so clutch. We, think we failed pretty badly, if memory serves. Get it in there. Yeah, you can also look through the stream real fast. You can scroll back. That's a possibility. You skipped a little behind. Gotcha. You can always watch the VOD and, you know, submit another one. So, yeah, that first half of the level, kind of the only half of the level that actually has the Ramparts theming. The rest is just like a, inside situation, which, you know, is also fun. And in this case, you know, you got the lava sort of, it's one of those platform levels where the platform moves, on things under the lava, except that you have to bounce continuously, and also the sun is going to, you know, make issue for you if you're too low. Oops. That's fine. This means I can't get the thing. For the Super World stream on Monday, I am going to make sure that I get every collectible. So in cases like that, I am going to have to be good enough to not lose my link. I'm gonna have to pay attention and try my best not to die and lose time, considering that the plan will be to time myself and use that as the part-time for, like, you know, part of the concept is that the Super World is you want to be, you're gonna have a time that is in the kayfabe Waluigi's time, and you can beat it if you like. You know, you can go for it if you like. Last bit of theming that was reused, it's Temple Temptation. This has some nice, temple-type architecture, sort of inspired by, DKC's temples, you know, with the millstone situation, except that they are, you know, except they are sandstone instead of, millstone, but very much inspired, and I think actually, like, part of the, I mean, I don't know, like, how much it shows, but some of the influence was definitely, like, thinking about those levels and trying to make them feel similarly. You know, I was trying to make a temple level, in other words. Don't know how much of that really comes across, but I like it. Definitely a good level, give it that. Also, I like how this makes it so that, the platforms are temporary while you have the power-up. That's, a good risk-reward, I think. You always get a fire flower there, so you can always deal with those Hammer Brothers, you know, by using your fire flower if you use a little bit of caution, which I think is good. The theming was reused in the theming was reused in Meteor Meltdown, which I will show now. I'll say next week we should do levels with unique theming in the Super World. That'll be the theme for next week. Unique theming specific to the Super World. Stuff like, what's like the most unique theming that's specific to the Super World? I mean, some of it is just like basic stuff. A Red Girder Gala is a great example of that, I guess. I don't know. Maybe we'll do something else next week. Don't quote me on that. What was that level? The Meteor Meltdown, that's what we're looking for. Yes, I do make great levels. Monday, I'm gonna play through the entire Super World, start to back. Maybe a couple times. I'm gonna think about it. Like, if I wanna, like, try to set a good time. You know, it might be a case where... I'm thinking I'm gonna play through it casually once, definitely. And then I'm going to try, maybe, if there's time, to set a good time. That is to say, I'll play through, and every time I die, I'll reset. And, you know, we'll try to get, like, a flawless time, if I can, if that's possible. I mean, I think I might be able to just do it without trying that much, but I definitely do die sometimes while showing off these levels, so we'll see. You can see here that the theming is pretty much the same. One difference is that the blocks are held from the, they're sort of cut off at the bottom. Unlike in the original version where the blocks go all the way to the ground. Thought process there was this was like a meteor that was like, you know, exploded. So all these blocks are sort of just like floating out there. You know, just sort of floating around after being expelled by the explosion. And the idea is like a magical explosion because all these Mecha Koopas, they were up to something funny, you know? They were doing some nonsense. Hey, awesome Bryce, how you doing? Thank you for the level. You came at the right time. We are looking to close the queue in like a minute here. I think this is the last thing that, last bit of theming that I reused, like, before the Super World in the Super World. I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. After this stream ends, oopsie daisy. After this stream ends, I'm going to watch the final episode of, Miss Elf and, Receptionist. Those are both great shows. I feel like I've been loving Miss Elf more than Receptionist. Receptionist, I feel like I've kind of fallen off of a little bit, but it is still extremely a good idea, let me say. But we'll see where I land on those after I watch the final episodes. Sometime tonight, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll watch another streamer stream instead and save those for tomorrow. Who knows? Who knows? I think that's the last bit of theming that was reused from before the Super World in the Super World. I'll say next time, it'll be levels like Red Girder Gala, Ripsaw Rainbow, unique themings unique to the Super World. I mean, I could see an argument for several of these. It really depends on, like, if you define theming as, like, anything at all, or just, like, a particular look. Like, Palm Tree Pre, arguably has a theme to it, considering that I made the desert's palm trees into more of a beachy type thing. But is that theming? I don't know. Maybe it shouldn't count as theming. Frigid Forget has some theming. Some of them definitely have more theming than others. Definitely have more theming than others, but, Beehives, that's theming. Whatever. Bones in a level called Fossil Fracas, that's theming. We'll make that determination next week. We'll go through and say, like, is this theming? Is that theming? Etc., one by one, and we'll get through. Scott Mayer just submitted one last level. Excellent, Scott. Let me go ahead and, close the queue and, get us into last, yeah, last call is over, and now it is time to finish the stream. We got 15 levels in the queue. That's quite a bit. We still have our work cut out for us. It is nearly 10 p.m. and this is looking to be a longer stream, maybe a 5-hour one. You know, what can you do? I don't mind. I'm good to go. Late. Let's go late. What did I type wrong? Oh, that's an 8, not a B. Axel is still here. Fantastic. It's time for Mario Bros. And the 10 mouses. Whoopsie daisy. Hit the wrong button there. No extra lives. The clear rate is above 1%. So we get 5 tries. Let's do it. I will need to do some more cards as well, but let's take our time. Let's relax. There's not that many left. I just have to beat 10, 100. 100. That's a lot more than 10. This is like 101 Dalmatians, but with slip squeaks. I mean, no, that's not true. That'd be like if you were playing from the, like, Cruella de Vil angle. This is like 100 Dalmatians if you were playing as Cruella de Vil. Let's do it. Can you just, no, you have to make them jump. Cruella de Vil, Mr. Burns, and, the See My Vest episode. That's what we're doing here, folks. It's made from real gorilla chest. How much of See My Vest do you think I can remember off the top of my head? Let's find out. See My Vest, See My Vest, made from real gorilla chest. See this? See my vest, made from real gorilla chest. See this sweater? It's real leather. Struggling with some of these lines. Grizzly bear, underwear. Turtles, next I've got my share. These slippers were endangered. Alaskan rhinos? Something like that? Like my loafers, former gophers. It was that or shave my chauffeurs. Hard to remember lyrics. It's a good song. I've been rewatching The Simpsons. That's why I can remember some of them. Hell, I don't think I even realized. I don't think I remember that song very strongly from childhood. So like, it's purely from this rewatch. I didn't even know that was a really good song before I rewatched that episode. Or perhaps even maybe I watched it for the first time. I really don't remember it from when I was a kid. Maybe I just never saw that episode. We've almost finished Cruella de Villing. Let's we got like, oh my, what happened? Oh, there was an icicle! My god, we were almost finished Cruella de Villing. We got most of the way through a Cruella de Vil situation, and yet, nope. How sad. I really like the vest. Yes, I gathered. There's the bit about like there's like a bird one, and it comes in one breast or two. Bird tuxedo. A tuxedo of greyhounds will be the best thing. Is what he's singing about, you know, Mr. Burns. There's nothing like after season 8, is there? As far as like, no, that's not true actually. Canyonero is definitely a top Simpsons song, but like other than that, like the Simpsons peak, and then it's like you know, from there on out, it's like, okay, well, you know, the best songs are behind you. The list of, like, best Simpsons songs that the writers put together, surely it doesn't include anything made after, like, season 10 or so, right? Right? I don't know. I'll say I do have a card for The Simpsons, and we'll talk about it in the bits. But, you know, maybe the movie has something. I don't know about the movie. That's like the last thing I'm gonna watch. Okay, we're nearly back to where we were when we were just about to finish our Cruella de Vil, Mr. Burns, Greyhound situation. There's ice there, so we really gotta watch out. I almost died again, just like walking out onto the ice and not knowing that I needed to, like, not knowing I had to, like, be careful of that. I like the line, grizzly bear underwear. That's just very funny to me. Turtles next, I've got my share. Shampoo a poodle on my noodle. Shampoo? What the fuck is that, anyway? Is that like a kind of hat? Is that like a French hat? Or is it beret a poodle? Beret a poodle on my noodle. There we go. Doesn't rhyme with poodle. I think it's beret a poodle on my noodle. And then something I will wear. My nightwear vampire bat. He has vampire bat nightwear, Mr. Burns. Thank you for the level. We successfully did a Cruella de Vil situation. Thank you, thank you. And I appreciate you making me think of that good episode of The Simpsons and the song. I'll have to listen to that again because it's a good song. Rock Party, you are up. Grizzly bear underwear. Turtles next, I've got my share. Hang on 1 second. See my vest. See my vest. Lyrics. Rock Party, please confirm. You gotta go now, Bowser. See you later, Lord Bowser. See you later. Some men hunt for sport, others hunt for food. The only thing I'm hunting for is an outfit that looks good. See my vest, made from real gorilla chest. Feel this sweater, there's no better than authentic iris setter. See this hat, 'twas my cat, my evening wear, vampire bat. These white slippers, El Albino, African endangered rhino. Grizzly bear underwear, turtles next, I've got my share. Beret a poodle on my noodle, it shall rest. Try my red robin suit, it comes one breast or two. See my vest, see my vest, see my vest. Like my loafers, former gophers. It was that or skin my chauffeurs, but a greyhound first tuxedo would be best. So let's prepare these dogs, kill two for matching clogs. See my vest, oh please, won't you see my vest? It's a good song. It's a parody of See My Guest. It features a character of Nanny, character from 101 Dalmatians. It's ranked #1 on Watch Mojo. Stay up to date with fandom. Oh, there's an ad going on. I didn't even notice. In my mind, I just filtered out the ad. What the fuck movie is that? I have no idea. Oh, it's that robot movie that bombed horribly. It's that robot movie that bombed horribly and no one liked, The Electric State. That's a very unpopular film. Thanks for the ad, fandom. It's a good song. It's It's a good song. Let's see, Rock Party. So for the moment, we're gonna put the thing up. I'll pull a card eventually, but you know, we got time, you know? We got levels, and I don't have that many cards, I'll say. At the very least, that many cards we'll talk about, like, that justify a whole level's worth of talking. Alright, we can do Rodney Pipers, or we can try a new one. We've not tried the People's Shellbow. I don't see Rock Party right now. Okay, Rock Party is here. Excellent. Excellent. I take it you want, Pipers? Let's do Pipers then, okay? You can confirm if that's what you want to do. I'll take a drink real fast. How's the Pokemon Pocket been treating you, Rock Party? I think I saw you, got the same nice card I did. How you doing for EXs? Which pack did you take? Which free deck? I'm not gonna count that. I was looking away. Thinking about Pokemon, you know? Okay, this is gonna be clutch. No, it's not. You got a few shinies? Oh, you got shinies! I haven't even gotten a shiny yet. Nice. Other than anything that's been gifted automatically. If there is such... If you do get anything for free, I guess I might have gotten that. A few shinies. Wow. That is clutch. Like, this attempt is... God damn it. Like this attempt is gonna be. The next one. I hope to get a shiny. I mean, I would think that shinies should be, like, ungodly rare, you know? It should be like in the games where, like, you can go an entire lifetime without seeing a shiny. Ooh. This is, looking good. Ooh, I think we can do this. What? No. Missed the thing. But, that was really good! Missed the claw. And then, even if we got the claw, I know exactly 100% what to do. Well then, indeed, yeah. I mean, I think we are, like, several clutch moves short of being able to finish this stage. You know, like, shit, at this rate, we might be seeing this one for a while. But we are making progress every now and again, you know. It was only last week that we saw that, part of the stage for the first time. You know, we steadily chip away at this, and maybe even get it in the, you know, outside the, lightning round. Eventually, I'm sure we will defeat it. Well, that's the last, life. You encountered too many shiny gravelers in Soul Silver? Wow. That all exploded in your face. Oh. That's not good then. Rock Party, I take it you probably want to do a refresh. Go ahead and ring that up. Get that in there. I'll stretch for a second. Oh, hey, we got a refresh, folks. Here we go. Back up to full assortments of lives. Also, I just realized we didn't randomize the heads. Let me randomize the heads real fast. Well, bam! Oh, crap! It's back to... It's still, Toadettes. Well... That's fine. Round 2. Well, that's the nature of randomness, though. You know, some... Shit! Fuck! Hack! Mother... Sometimes you get the same one. You did eventually catch a shiny Geodude? Dang. I'll say I don't know I've ever caught a shiny. Other than, like, the ones that it gives you, you know, like, shiny Gyarados in, Silver. I don't play the remix, so I don't, I only play, like, the new entries. So, I can't speak to shiny Silver, you know. Or Soul Silver, rather, yeah. Can't speak to that one. I bet they do give you a red Gyarados in that. Oh, fuck me. That's a new way to lose that one. That's a new way to lose that one, isn't it? And an old way to lose that one. That's an old way to lose that time. We got 2 to be clutch with. 2 lives to be clutch with. Let's clutch it. Okay, here we go. Jump up here. Okay, first try. Fuck. First time we ever got up there. About no further. Let's see if we can do that again. Let me just say, we have made progress. Not that time, though. We made a little progress. We saw maybe not one more jump, but one more landing than we've ever seen before. I guess I did try jumping. One more jump further this time. Slow and steady wins the race. Let me go ahead and hit this miss there. And, get this, fandom page out of here and bring up the next one. It's by Killer, who just said round 2. Excellent. Let me do a card. Pull 3 cards for the next 5 pulls for anime. Oh, I forgot to pull this before the anime. Okay, I was supposed to pull that before starting to pull anime. That was supposed to be where it told me to do that. Next actual card is that I finished Metroid Prime 3. That last section, I'm not a big fan of it, I'll say. I love Metroid Prime 3. I think it's a fantastic game. I do think it's really great. The randomizer now just lets you skip over phase entirely because I just really don't like phase that much. It's just a pretty repetitive part. It plays differently from any other part of the game with the whole, like, you know, replacing your health with like a phase meter that slowly charges. It's so weird, that part of the game. I don't really care for it. And, I find it to be a little bit of a slog. The boss is fine, though. It's not hard to do. I was able to first try it. If I died and had to start over, I'd be pretty upset, but whatever. I'll also say I did notice that my bar didn't go across all the way the screen, so maybe it's set up so that, you know, the more energy tanks you get, the more health you have going into that, the more, like, your thing can charge up. Which I guess means that my criticism I've made before of, like, oh, it doesn't matter how much of the game you do, it's always the same, isn't actually true. It does differ, but, whatever. I stand by my criticism nonetheless, even though it's, wrong. You know, it feels like a part that's very much just... I feel like phase could have been a whole part of the game, you know? And I would have loved it if phase was like a second coming of, like, the mine situation in, like, if phase was like a whole level, a whole world with, like, progression and items and things of that nature. And, like, save stations. I think that'd be fun. I think they probably just, like, worked themselves too much into a, like, logic trap of, like, why would phase have save stations? It really shouldn't. And it's like, okay, I guess. But, like, you know, this new game takes place on, like, a weird abandoned planet that, you know, no one society is in. And I bet you it has save stations, so jot that down. Oh, this is a Super World, so we need to do the thing. Heads were also late to the party. I love Metroid Prime 3. I do think there are some criticisms to be made of it, like losing the super missiles I think is a shame. You know, the hyper mode is really cool and all, but it does like trivialize a lot of the action, some amount of the bosses, you know. It is really cool though, and it's a good mix-up. A good mix-up, but you know, I can't help but miss some of the like you know, perfection of the previous way of using missiles. You know, I feel like there's no way to spend all your missiles at once in Prime 3. Unlike, you know, you can do the charge up missile thing where you like home on to someone and, you know, have it lock on like multiple times. But it's not like Metroid Dread where you actually, it's actually worth it to like charge up on someone and do like beep, beep, beep. You know, like, beep, 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 you know what I mean? Like, where you like charge up multiple shots and stuff. It's not really worth it as much. And as such, you just never run out of missiles or even get close. It's fine though, it's fun. I like it. And I love it, in fact. I love its progression. I love its multiple planet approach. There's so much to love about that game. The ending is probably the weakest part. And that makes it number 2 for me as far as Metroid Prime games go. Let's see how Metroid Prime 4 goes. I'm getting the feeling from Metroid Prime 4, here's my bet as far as where it lies as far as quality goes. I bet it'll be about as good as Luigi's Mansion 3. A similar sort of sequel after ages and ages, and ambitious in ways. I don't know if it's going to capture quite the right spirit, but we'll see. It has been in development hell for a while, you know? There's a really useful glitch that lets you put tracks on each other instead of 2 tiles apart. Tracks by each other rather than 2 tiles apart. You mean like, you know, ones that would be like this, but like on top of each other like that? Huh. That would allow you to put like, yeah, multiple guys on the same, start multiple things on the same like, tile. On each tile, like one at a time. That's neat. Thank you, Killer. I'm hitting complete. Let's bring up the next one. I'll say I'm not really 100,000% sure what I'm playing next. I mean, actually, that's not true. Synergy Box, you're up. Let me go ahead and put next in the chat so that you can see and confirm. That's not true. I need to go back and finish Avowed. I got like 3 worlds into that and sort of trailed off because I was focusing more on Metroids. Metroid Primes and other type games that I played before. I mean, I could play more Ori 2, but I'm feeling like let's go back to Avowed, finish that off, and I'm really curious about Assassin's Creed, especially after Assassin's Creed really made fun of Elon Musk really well on the socials. That kind of sold me on the idea of getting that new Assassin's Creed. I've also heard people say it's excellent. The best since they, you know, in some cases, the first Assassin's Creed they played since it was big, and one that they are really enjoying. The code didn't work. This is correct, right? Synergy Box, you're gonna have to correct this, or we will move on. There's nothing I can do if the code doesn't work. And I could do another card, but let's save them. Synergy Box, if you come back, I will let you submit it again, and with a corrected code. And you know, if that's the case, I will allow that. But otherwise, let's move on and keep it moving. That's my decision. Chard is up. Chard was just talking about thousands of hours on Pokemon DS games relatively recently, but also like a couple levels ago maybe. Chard, you can just go ahead and confirm. I think you're good either way. You'll be back in 15 minutes, Scott? Good, okay. Hey, there's Chard, perfect. On time as often. People are often on time. I don't know. Clutch confirmation. There. I'm beginning to think that this VOD, the VOD for this stream, will be called Clutch and Not So Clutch. I liked it when I said that. That's a good stream name. That's a good name for a VOD, I think. We'll see. Maybe something will come up in the next 10 levels. Or I'll just repeatedly say things like, oh, that was clutch, and just really reinforce that decision like ahead of time. You know, just like, oh yeah, now I've said it like 10 times, so, you know, like, oh, that was clutch. Now I've said it like 10 more times, so now it's gotta be the name. You try to exist in a timely manner? Well, I appreciate that. I really do. Oh, we need, this is a single level and it's not that hard, right? So 5 tries? Okay, 5 tries should be it. I think, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I need to kill a whole bunch of piranha plants. Aha. I think we've gotten all that we can in this room. Important thing is that we kill... We kill anything that's, How do you get up there? I wonder. Can you, like, jump from the spike, maybe? Maybe if you're small. That's a theory. Game theory. Bounce, them bomb hits on-offs? Oh, the bombs hit the on-offs. Good looking out, Chart. I didn't even notice the on-offs were there. I'll be honest, I didn't even see that. I thought we were done in this room for now. Arrow was just for plant? Gotcha. Oh, just to point out that the plant was there. Okay, so like if we hit it, it doesn't do nothing for us. Ah, very good. I would like to sleep at a normal time tonight, but we'll see what happens. I need to get my sleep schedule more on track, more normalized, and you know, hopefully I'll be able to do that. I've been taking the like magnesium supplements for a while now, and maybe also some allergy things as well. What's the deal there? Oh, I see. There we go. I don't know. They only help a little bit, though. Ugh. Could go for more sleep. In general. I'll sleep this weekend. I will sleep like, fucking... I'll sleep the hell out of this weekend. What the fuck? Trying to say things good. Hard to say things good. Coherently, you know? Two keys, yes. Thought that might be the case. I need to spit in the hole. As you do. I need to spit in the hole. How the hell would you get low enough to... No, not like that. How do you get the ball in the right position to collect the thing? Kind of a shame that, like, balls take so long to despawn, you know? It's, annoying, really. By killing them? Why does it stay down, then, after you kill them? Okay. Oh, I see. They have keys on them. Okay, I thought I was gonna collect the keys with the Super Ball. Which I need another one, by the way. Need another super ball. So I need to retreat. Okay, this is fine. This works out. Cool, good. Okay, just had to wait. Okay. And now to get the one on the right and kill him. Oh! Fucking asshole! He went back down. Leave this motherfucker. What an asshole! Now it's much less convenient to kill him. Actually, he's fine. He's still managing to put himself in a precarious spot. Okay, there we go. We did it. We did it. Okay, okay. One more. Actually, no, 3 more. 3 more? Oh, there they are. There's the 3 more. Perfect. It's a little worried, you know? It's like 3 more? What? Really? Ah! Cool. Very cool way to kill the last 3. I thought for sure it was gonna be like jump and angle it, but yeah. Jump and like get the right fucking angle, but that was much nicer. Because I didn't read ahead and see what was gonna happen. Done! Done! Thank you for the level chart. Let me hit complete. And we'll get the next one up. S2 is chillin', you are up. Go ahead and confirm. Don't think I've seen S2 in a minute. But I'm gonna suspect that S2 will confirm. I think S2 is gonna say, yeah, I'm right here. Go ahead, do the thing. Make me right. Let me do another card. I'm still playing Mario's Picross, and hey, Mimi May with a rate of 4. How you doing? I'm playing viewer levels. And also talking about stuff on occasion. Let me do a shout out to you. Let me see here. Here's the shout out button. Excellent. You were doing Mario Maker 2. Fantastic. Hope you had a good stream. Some good levels and all that. Let me know if y'all want to get a level in. I am open to reopening for those who are coming in with the raid, those who just got here, etc. Also, I'm talking about Mario's Picross and DK94. I'll say I'm getting to parts of Mario's Picross that seem kind of hard to figure out in the like 30 minutes that you have to solve a Picross thing. I'm also trying to finish off DK94. I've been having a good time. I'm in the middle of like world 7 or 8. I forget. I think it's like airship. I think I'm on no, airship was earlier. I forget what world I'm on, but it's like one of the last ones. It has like 16 levels in it. That world. So like one of the last ones. I'm told that the last world goes back to being less like Mario versus Donkey Kong and more like just the original Donkey Kong, which sounds interesting. And I'm told that it's also really cool, so really looking forward to finishing that and seeing that last world there. Let me know if y'all want to get in a level. Just say the word and I'll open it for you. In fact, here, I'll just do it. Go ahead. If you have one. Oops. The message was twice. Don't worry about it though. if you have one, go ahead and say. But go ahead and get it in now. I'll reclose it in a second, bearing any particular person who is trying to get one in. Just let me know, and I'll accommodate. Spiny Speedrun 2, new friend. S2 is chillin', hasn't confirmed yet, has he? Never did confirm. Let me scroll up and see if S2 is chatting relatively recently. No, not relatively recently, no. Well, I'll say the way that this works for those who are new, etc., is that if you are not here when the level comes up, we do so, and we do things. We still play the level, but we do it in sudden death, very nearly, but not quite sudden death, where we have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. S2, if you confirm at any point, I will upgrade you to full lightning round, which just means more lives, specifically. Maybe we'll get through this. Maybe it'll be clutch. Let's be clutch. Ah! This is a tight timer. You definitely need every second. And also, you need the shell to break your way through. Okay. That was not clutch. Okay, here we go. Here's clutch. Here's clutch. Ready for clutch? Wait. Oh, ow, ow. Yeah, jump up through the clouds. That was more clutch, but it still was not what we're looking for. That's very nearly, but not quite sudden death for you. Yeah. Thank you for the level S2. I would love to give that another try at some point. I'll say levels that are that end up getting dismissed aren't wasted at all. Whether that's via sudden death, lightning round, or otherwise. These are just rules to keep things moving and to get us and to give us a little bit of stakes, a little bit of stakes for the proceedings. Let's go ahead and dismiss and bring up the next one. Countess Timpani, you are up. What have you got for us this time? Is it a hell level or is it a normal level, Timpani? Is this the same one that we were playing earlier that was hell? Or is this gonna be nice to us? Timpani, go ahead and confirm, if you please. I'm gonna continue playing those 2 Game Boy games, by the way. Let me just say, I'm continuing playing those. They are very much just games I play, though, while watching stuff. Not games that, get the full attention, you know what I mean? Though, with Picross, it is getting so hard now that sometimes I'm just like, okay, I need to focus. I need to pause when I'm watching and just go full concentration on Picross, which really hurts it as, a game to play and as, a second thing, but whatever. I guess if I lose, I can just screenshot where I was at and re-enter everything that I figured out. That's not hard, actually. And why would it be unfair? That's a perfectly valid way of playing, I think. I'm going to start you off on sudden death, but if we end up not doing it, I'll give you a little bit more time to confirm, Timpani. We'll do a card, and also we'll keep an eye on who the next person is, so that they can be up next. This is funny. Yep. Good. Okay, we got through first try. Let's go. What? Huh? P-switch? Oh, the P-switch speeds up the on-off on your second try. Okay. Makes it a little bit more screwy. Not that we need to be more screwy, apparently. I wonder how tight that is. Maybe you need to just, get it first try every time. It has not been cleared yet. Okay. The first run through it made me feel like, okay, we basically first tried it. But, that second time through. I don't know. Like, it has a 0% clear rate after 17 people have tried for a reason, I think. Let me do another card timpani, and, I will, say the next level is from, who is it from? I submitted it on their behalf earlier. It is, X1 Dead. I'll just at them real fast on YouTube, and you can confirm. They can confirm. Timpani could confirm. Either way, you are up next. Confirm, please. Man, this keyboard is clicky, huh? I can see it on the thing, on the couch mic. It's being picked up. That's fine. Hope you don't mind. Ah. You can confirm at any time, or you cannot. It's fine either way. Here's a card. Reject news stories. You know, with all the direct news, one might think that was the only news of the world this week. That is why I put together this special gray card, which just says, go through 5 red cards really quickly. Okay, here we go. 1. Did you watch the dumbass Marvel reveal thing? They had a whole video thing where a bunch of chairs had names on them. I tuned in for like 2 seconds and went like, huh, it must not have started yet. And then I clicked out of it. And I think I did the right thing, considering it was just like, hey, here's the people who are in the movie, in that Doomsday movie. Okay. You know, I saw someone say, like, it's like if the Smash Brothers Everyone Is Here trailer was like 2 times slower and also was in service of something that sucks. You know, like, okay, whatever, dude. Don't really give... I don't see why anyone would care or have any important... People were making some good jokes about it. I'll say that much. People were making good jokes about it. Saying people who weren't in the list were being revealed. That was very funny. Second one. Did you hear there's a Persona 4 remake rumored? Apparently they licensed, someone registered the webpage, which is how they discovered Persona 3 Reload back in the day. It's not really confirmed yet, even though some YouTube videos have gone up saying, like, Persona 4 confirmed? Like, no, it's not confirmed. Shut up. Give it, like, I don't know. It'll pop up eventually if it exists. That'll be cool if it exists. If it exists. 3. Did you hear that war crimes were shared accidentally? Hey, happy gamer. Oh, I forgot to reclose the queue after the later people got in, or you know, for the raiders. No one got in, but the happy gamer. I think let's go ahead and reclose then. Yeah, that whole situation is very funny and very depressing. Yeah, just the vice president accidentally invited a journalist to the war crime signal chat. It's worth noting that there are several crimes going on here with that. For one, it is illegal to maybe use Signal because it deletes the messages, and they're supposed to preserve that if you're part of government. You're supposed to have, like, records and stuff. And also, they were talking about, like, destroying a whole apartment complex to get, like, one guy, which I will remind you is a war crime. That's a war crime right there. No one, a lot of, like, the mainstream seems to be forgetting that. That's a weird thing that you have to remind people about, like, yeah, killing civilians, and the vice president literally saying that, like, cool, great, good job. A fire emoji, fire emoji. That's a war crime. You go to The Hague for that. You should go to The Hague for that. What the fuck? Our government is, dumb as hell, and, you know, now they're even dumber. That's a very funny, dumbass story. That's a not-so-clutch thing that the government is doing. Did you hear about freedom seeds? There was a stupid thing that they said where they said I had an image, but I forgot to scale it right. I forgot to move the image, unfortunately. But some guy calling bullets freedom seeds, which no, I think freedom seeds has to be something else. You know, freedom seeds just sounds way too suggestive. You know, it sounds like a funny name for you know, seed. You know what I mean? That's number 4. What's number 5? Oh, that's right. Bam Margera is invited back to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3+4. Bam Margera has been a weird dick for a while now, and apparently Tony Hawk himself went to Activision and said, like, you gotta put Bam Margera in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3+4. You gotta do it. You can't leave him out just because he's kind of gone insane and is a huge asshole that everyone is upset about. He's back in. That's good. I hope that I wonder what that means for like Thug 1+2. Surely he's going to be in that. Is he still going to be like the main bad guy of that story? He probably should be. Is it even going to have a story mode? It remains to be seen. They might strip it out and just make it like the other ones, just levels to do classic mode in, which would be disappointing, I think, for Thug 1 and 2, because Thug 1 and 2 are genuinely good games with their different structures. You know, genuinely worth porting like 1-to-1 as is, not turning into classic mode machines. Because, look, they had classic modes in Thug 1+2. You don't have to make it wholesale. American Citizen has now play to win. Yeah, that's that's a whole thing. That's 5 cards in a row. Reject stories, as it were. Those are ones I didn't want to spend a whole interim between levels talking about each. It's good to get them out all at once. I hope y'all enjoyed that level, that what's the word? Speedrun level situation, speedrun news situation. Timpani just confirmed, so we get a couple more tries with the level now, and I do believe we used 2 of them, and it was a hard level. So we are getting 5 more tries. Let's do it. Good looking out, Timpani. It was good to do that series of 5 cards. Gave exactly enough time for Timpani to confirm. Exactly enough time. Perfect. Rip Q? You mean the Q or like did Q from Bond? Or isn't there a Q in like Doctor Who or something? I forget. Could be multiple Qs that died. Yikes. Let me assure you, I do think that some of those stories are sucky things, and you know, I could complain for hours about them, but I'd rather talk for hours about anime because anime is fun. You know, I'd rather think more about that anime that's coming out next week about the girl who takes her underwear off to freeze time. Or like undo the past or whatever. I'd rather think more about that than think about like dumbass JD Vance doing dumbass things that he probably should get indicted for. You know, I'd rather think about that. Truth be told. Truth be told. Wouldn't you? Maybe you wouldn't. You know, not everyone is as hot to trot on you know, ecchi time travel shenanigans. I like it though. I mean, I think I might. I don't know. Maybe it'll be bad. I did see, I looked at the anime, the page for the anime itself. I think it did say, like, oh, it won some award or something. The original manga did win some sort of award for, like, something or other. Is this just, like, going on-off really fast? Oh, you know what I think? On the second try, we just need to go through the reds. Specifically. We might be able to get a first clear on this if we can manage it this time. Let's try our best. Woo! Woo! Okay, blue this time. Shit. That was a tough one because the blue was high up. I should have like gone up a level. That was really close. That was a good couple tries. So, I feel like I could have first tried that. I could have been the first one to get a clear there. You know, I feel like we just figured it out, almost. You get the feeling that the 5 tries wouldn't help? It was close. It was very close. Isn't there some disappointing news about the Impractical Joker and Impractical Accusations? Impractical Jokers? What do you mean? I don't think I've heard... Practical accusations. I'm not sure what that's about, Chart. You're gonna have to go into more detail. Though, if it's kind of like crap news, I don't, you know. Maybe it's fine that I missed it. Some stuff, I do think you get the impression like, it's fine. Whatever. By the way, I did at X is Dead earlier. No confirmation there, so we will do this next one. Sudden death style. I had to submit on their behalf because, you know, it didn't seem like they figured out, like, how the submission thing worked. So, that is my name, but don't worry, that is not me. This is the level of that person. Oh, it's a TV show? Half the cast had accusations or something recently? What? I don't know the show. I don't know the accusations. So I'm just gonna not comment. How about that? I will say I've been watching Succession. I don't have a card for that because, you know, I'm just gonna be watching 2 episodes of that probably every week in perpetuity until it's over. And I don't know I need a card like every you know, goddamn stream, you know, to say that. It continues to be good. I'm like on episode 6. That was a good episode. Watching it with my folks, you see. And, I only go over there, like, every Saturday, so, you know, so it's a once-a-week thing. Good! That's another level. Done. Headphone hair. Just sticks up on the back. I don't know. Wish it wouldn't do that. Whatever. Y'all don't mind. Thank you, fella. Ex-dead, whatever. We got through it. Jose, you are up. Jose, you are up. The YouTube side. You can always tell because YouTube names... You can sometimes tell YouTube games have, like, multiple... Can't have spaces in them. Card! Simpsons! Yes, hey! Time for a card about the Simpsons. Well... On Tuesday, I mentioned that I had, like, almost finished or, like, either finished or almost finished Season 10, and how I felt like, oh, this is getting a little bit rough. You know, there are still some quality episodes in there, but I don't know. Well, at the rate I've been going, you might expect me to say, like, now I've watched Season 11, and here's my thoughts. No. Here's what I did. I watched 2 episodes of Season 11, and really didn't feel like watching any more. I'm really not feeling Season 11. I feel like the good times are done. I feel like, the celebrity cameos have gotten to the point where it's just, the criticism, right? It's just like cheap. It's just like, oh, here's someone you might know. Hello, Homer. I'm someone you might know. That's great. Why are you here? I don't know either. That's great. Hey, do you want to do a plot with me, Mel Gibson? Yes, okay. Oh, and you're just sitting there going like, this is so toothless, and it's kind of funny in retrospect, like, oh wow, they really think Mel Gibson is like the bee's knees, like this must be like what watching that episode with Elon Musk, which I won't do because that's well after like Zombie Simpsons, that's like, that's not debatable. That's like a gray area, like seasons 9 through 12 arguably are based on what I've heard. This is like decline period. But like, it must be like that where it's like, okay, yeah, Mel Gibson. He is not a good person, to be clear. We've all pretty much realized that by now, but at that time, they were just like going like, oh, Mel Gibson, who could be nicer than Mel Gibson? There has never been an accusation about Mel Gibson. It'd be like if there was an episode where like Bill Cosby showed up, honestly. Like, I think that's the only thing that could possibly be worse than a Mel Gibson episode. Oh, that's not true. The Elon episode has to be more severe. More like, Was Donald Trump ever on The Simpsons, like before he was president? That would be the worst of all time if he was. He probably was, wasn't he? Ugh. And you know what? It might be one of those situations where they were really nice about it too. I'm just making up Simpsons crimes in my head because that's just how the celebrity cameos are at like by season 11, and it's distracting and sad. It really is. The second episode of season 11 was fine. Was like, okay. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. I don't see Jose, so we'll keep it in sudden death, and we'll carry on. I'll say I do still want to get to season 12. I want to get through season 12 and then call it, and then do the movie, which I never saw because around that time I was already out. I was already like I was already out of The Simpsons by the time the movie happened. I hear the movie got like writers from like the show back, so it's probably better than like the last. It's probably better than 11 and 12, let me say. I hope it is. It's gotta be, right? But, who fucking knows, right? Maybe I should cut and run. Oh, hey, I considered, like, getting off the thing and, like, getting behind the spike balls. If you did that, you would die because the P-switch would leave you in the lurch. You'd be dropped into the lava. Good thing I didn't try. That was a clutch decision. Yeah, it's a cool level. How do you get 14 milliseconds off? Yeah, I don't know that either. I don't know, like, how things can be that tight. This is really cool. Scary, though. I'm constantly worried I'm gonna, like, run right into the spike balls. But I didn't, and now I have to be really good at the game. No, I don't. That Bowser's going away. And, okay, there is a boss. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, here's the boss. But, hey, we get infinite, mushrooms. I'm soft locked. You gotta be careful about putting, you gotta be careful about, gotta be careful about putting, on-off blocks under ceilings like this. You can get stuck if you're not, Was there a checkpoint? Whatever. We have to start from the start, and we have one try to go. It was a long level to have to redo, but maybe we'll die, and we'll just, you know, move on. I'm not going to intentionally die, but if I were to, like, you know, fuck up, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? I could talk more about The Simpsons. I'll say rewatching The Simpsons has been really fun. Seasons 4 through 8 were about as godlike as people let on. People suggested they would be. And it's just that the good times can't last forever. And sure enough, the good times didn't last forever. And, you know, I don't know why I thought that, like, 11 and 10 and 12 could be good, but I mean, it's not that they're bad yet, it's just that they're getting worse by the season. And, like, you know, it's kind of clear that, the end is near, or that the end is here. I've been watching a little bit of Simpsons YouTube randomly, I guess I'll say. You know, just like, I've watched a few videos, and some videos get into my recommendations, as they do. Oh, look, I died. Thank you for the level, Jose. That's gonna be it. On account of death. 06. Let's go. Oh, we got a bunch after 06. Nice. Nice. We're in the final 6, though, so that's good. That's good. I'll say 06 just said rip. Yeah, doesn't understand using celebrities instead of good actors. Yeah, they should make new original characters and have them be as good as, like, Simpsons classic characters. You know, it's kind of weird that there aren't, like, good characters that are, like, more recent than, you know, 2000 as far as, like, Simpsons characters go. Like, Duffman and the Crazy Cat Lady are, like, the last ones that come out of the Simpsons machine, far as I know. Maybe Spider-Pig, you could argue, from the movie. I don't know. I was about to say something, wasn't I? Oh, look at that. Donkey Kong. Very nice heads. About to say something about something. I totally lost my train of thought there. The Simpsons thought that I had just escaped from my head. Oh, right, I was talking about, I heard that they made the first episode of the last season, the latest season, something like, oh, like, what if they did a final episode of The Simpsons? And the joke is it's generated by AI or something. I saw that a YouTuber that does, like, think piece type videos on media talk about that. And I think you don't even need to talk about it. You can just say, like, yeah, this should be over. Like, don't play around with it. Just end it already. If you want to end it, just end it. You know, at some point, those actors are gonna die. Or get too old to play their characters. I mean, I hear that Marge is pretty borderline, pretty bad now. Just insofar as, like, the actress cannot play her character anymore. You know, she can't do the voice. It might be a better idea to just literally recast. I don't want to be rude or nothing. I don't want to be rude or nothing, you know. I don't want to, like, I don't want to offer recasting just as, like, a fix-all, but, like, you know, if the voice can't be done by the voice actor, what can you do? You know, I do believe that original voice actors should be, like, valued. They did it for Mario. That's true! But I also want to say, like, you know, hey, people age. And, you know, they reach the end of their careers. And, you know, you've been doing the same job for like 30 years. Maybe it's time to retire. You're hungry, but it's 11 p.m. I had spaghetti before the stream. That's something I like to do before a stream. If I have spaghetti, I'm often saving it for stream nights because I know spaghetti with its meatballs and its like sausage, that's gonna make me go the distance, you know? I can do a 10-hour stream after doing spaghetti. Not that tonight will be a 10-hour stream, don't get me wrong. We got 6 levels, that's not gonna take 10 hours. But, you know, for longer ones, I try to make sure I have, I'm all spaghettied up. You know, as you do. Pre-stream spaghetti, that's right. I spit on my microphone. Don't mind. Pre-stream spaghetti, that's correct, absolutely. Now I'm more hungry. Damn it! I fucked up. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have said that. That was, I made a huge mistake. You know, as Job says on Arrested Development. Thank you. Next up is corn. Corn is good for you. Go ahead and confirm for me, corn. You know what to do. Corn is great for you. Sorry, not good, great. Was it always great? Thought it was good. Is that your YouTube handle where you can change it now and again? That's always a thing. I'm looking forward to rewatching Kill la Kill. I've decided that that's going to be my next big rewatch after The Simpsons. I'm going to rewatch Kill la Kill, and on account of Kill la Kill is an anime that I watched before I got really deep into anime. It is one of the few anime that is grandfathered into the dub, and as a result, one of the few animes that I can really binge as easily as, like, you know, The Simpsons. You know, I can watch it while playing Avowed if I want. You know, I can watch it while playing Mario's Picross. I mean, not that I'll say I'm actually gotten pretty good at playing video games like Mario's Picross or DK984 whilst watching subtitled anime. I know, it scares me too that I can read subtitles that happen every couple seconds whilst playing a video game. But I already can do that, but with Kill la Kill, it's like, you know, with a dub, it's like, it's not even a question. It's not even a skill. It's not even a thing I have to focus on. It's just like, yeah, I could totally just let it go and go and go. I can have dinner. I can cook dinner. I can do anything while watching Kill la Kill. Really looking forward to Kill la Kill. I think it's been like 5 years since the last time I saw Kill la Kill, and I love Kill la Kill. It's so good. It's Studio Trigger, like, one of their best anime. It's so fun and exciting. It's wild in so many amazing ways. Has such killer characters all around, like all of them. I'm really looking forward to going through it all again. The only thing that in my head I'm thinking is just, is this skill or fragmented attention span? Yeah, that's the thing that's depressing about it, right? Like, when I originally got into subtitled anime, it was like a, oh, I have to pay attention. No more getting distracted during this kind of media. And then I got good enough to be able to manage it, and it's just like, oh, you know, it's like dough is what it's like. It's like, oh, I messed up. You know, it's like dough, or like, I'm thinking suddenly of Wario. Oh, I lost her. He sort of does like a dough, except he doesn't do the D. Oh, I lost or something in Mario Party or something. I'm thinking of that voice line. I'm supposed to be talking about Kill la Kill, and instead I'm talking about Wario's voice lines in Mario Party. Yes, my attention span can be somewhat fragmented, perhaps. Let's see, we got Kablamo. Corn, I'm gonna take it that, whoopsie daisy. I'll follow the people who submit, necessarily. I haven't followed her. I mean, there's no reason not to. I'm just saying I don't, do that as a rule. Maybe I should. That would make it easy to find someone if I've, like, played 100 of their levels. I don't know. Seems like it'd be a whole thing to have to add following to the process. Also, do you have a limit of people you follow? Probably safer to just ignore that system altogether. Anyway, really excited to do Kill la Kill, and that's honestly tempting me to just say, like, Simpsons done. Time for Simpsons done. Time for for Kill la Kill. I'll say, I'll do the Simpsons movie before I do Kill la Kill. I will do the Simpsons movie before I watch Kill la Kill, but, we'll see. We'll see. Which one should we do? How about the latest one? We'll do the latest one, and I don't see corn, so sudden death. I'll do the movie. You know what? I think it's time to just do the movie and move on. You know, I kind of wanted to get to the part where it's like, oh, you know, that's that meme. In fact, there's probably several memes, really. I kind of wanted to get to that meme where it's like, Homer's going down the river, looking left, looking right, terrible stuff one way, you know, good stuff the other way, but, you know, watching The Simpsons right now is very much just like being on the bad side of the river, and that is just, you know, getting to me, you know? I'm tired of being on this side of the river. What the fuck? I was trying to jump there, but it didn't jump. Did a trigger, like, start sticking or something? That'd be bad if that's what happened. I legitimately don't know what happened there, and I'm not gonna count that life as a result. Did a button get stuck on and it thought I was still in jump mode? Well, some of those jumps that I did, I wasn't putting in inputs on. I'll say, I am not replacing this, fucking... I am not replacing this, Pro Controller if it dies. We are like a couple months away from the Switch 2. I am not going to do that. That'd be a really bad time to buy new Switch hardware. Switch 1 hardware. So, this thing's gotta last another couple months. Okay? And whatever that was, it's gonna have to be a one-time occurrence, okay? Okay? I don't know why I'm telling my controller stop malfunctioning as if it'll heed my words, but seriously, you gotta last. A couple weeks ago, it wouldn't turn on before the stream, and I had to, like, plug it in, and apparently it hadn't, like, charged. It was, like, fully uncharged or something. I was a little worried about that. Does Midway reset sudden death lives? Oh, we got a Midway? Yes, that would reset the lives. Yes, yes, yes. And then we lost one because I'm a doofus. I made a boneheaded, maneuver. That is correct. Sometimes I don't notice that I passed a checkpoint, but I usually notice by the time I'm, like, back. You know, by the time I've, come back around on it. You know, when I die and I'm at a checkpoint, I'm like, oh fuck, I didn't respond to things. I figure it out, I figure it out. The Joy-Cons on Switch 2 look really comfortable. Yeah, it's gonna be so good. I can't wait until next week, y'all. And I can't wait until, like, next week when we're discussing this and, like, you know, a bunch of other things. Such as, you know, we'll discuss the Switch 2, we'll discuss anime, we'll discuss, I need to be small, yeah. Not big, no. I don't know why that's a thing, I just know Hermes says that in one episode of Futurama. I rewatched Futurama last year, that's not on the table for things I could watch, I'll say. That's, really did it, relatively recently. I'll say, though, I am just remembering, and maybe this is something I should have remembered earlier, I was watching, House MD, and got like 3 seasons in, before I started watching Simpsons and forgot about House. I could go back to House MD, let me say. Could very easily go back to House MD. I'm not 100% convinced. What's the deal here? Oh, I need to be big. I need to go get a mushroom for the red one. I can do that. I mean, I was having a decent enough time with House MD. It's a perfectly good show that just, like, keeps on going, you know, but I don't know. I watched 3 seasons and I was pretty happy and just like, you know. I could continue watching, or I could just do other things. You know? It's like, the opportunity cost there is, what gets to me. I'm hearing that it doesn't, drop off, so just, you know, it's not like, and I'll say it wasn't like a quality thing why I dropped off. It was more just like, oh, you know, it's time for The Simpsons. Ooh, The Simpsons! Fuck yeah, The Simpsons! You know, The Simpsons is just, a delight, so... What the hell is the deal here? How do you get up there? Can you throw upwards? No, you can't throw upwards in this game, so... What's the deal? In this, yeah, in this game. Hidden block? Is there a spring elsewhere we can go get? Yeah, I'm really excited about the Switch 2. I'm so ready for new Switch hardware. I'm so tired of, like, third-party games, like, having shitty performance or other issues. You know, and all those, I expect, will be solved by, the Switch 2 and its new, you know, higher-end performance. It's gonna have ray tracing, y'all. It's gonna support 4K. And, you know, not that 4K is fantastic or nothing, but, like, if the 4K is bad, they can just drop it to 1080p and just scale up, and that'll be good enough, you know? And then they can basically run any game, because, like, yeah, no, any game. Most of, I think, the performance issues in modern video games comes from being, Shit. Spec'd for, 4K, I think. So, without that limitation, it's gotta be really good, right? We died, unfortunately. That was a bad time to die. Ooh. I think I got one more card left, and then, I don't know, we can speculate about the Switch 2 for the last, couple levels. Let me go ahead and dismiss and bring up the next one. Zoran! Zoran, go ahead and confirm. Go ahead and confirm, Zoran. One last card. Wait, that's not what it's supposed to be. Did I forget to make the last card? Let me see. Let me look at my folders real fast. Maybe I saved it as, like, a non-PNG, and, that caused issue. Hold up, Zoran. Give me 2 seconds. That card was the first card, so we looped around. No, I just forgot to make it. Okay. The last card was supposed to read, do y'all remember Buffy? Thinking a little bit about Buffy. I randomly watched, like, a, bunch of clips of, like, Angel and Buffy the other day, and, kind of feel like I'm in the mood for some Buffy. Buffy is, like, one of my favorite shows of all time, and, just a lovely show to go through, watch all of, and, you know, play video games at the same time during. I definitely remember, like, you know, way back when, rewatching Buffy and doing Mario making at the same time, you know. A good series like that you can just rewatch 100 times for the 100th time is just great for, like, you know, having something on while you're Mario making, you know. Love Buffy to death. Kind of thinking after Kill la Kill, Buffy will be up next. Or I could do, House MD. I could actually finish all that up. But, I'm really liking the sound of some Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, just a very important show. Very inspirational. And also, like, you know, Joss Whedon, who did Buffy, went on to do Avengers, and Avengers went to went on to like change the face of like filmmaking for like a generation. So very important work, Buffy, relatively speaking, but I like it because it's a fun time, full of fun humor, good action. This is an auto, isn't it? I'm going hands off here. Wait a minute, let me see. Is it an auto or is it okay, it is auto. It's auto. So I moved, I screwed it up. I'm not gonna move this time. I really want to play. I really want to watch Buffy now, is what I'm thinking. I'll say, like, I did rewatch Buffy a few years ago, though I did it with my folks who had never seen Buffy. But also, I'll say that that's one of the few, like, watches where it kind of fizzled out because my folks were just not feeling Buffy as much as I did, you know? They never got into it back when, and, nah, this is auto. They never got into it back when, and I took my headphones off for a second because I didn't want to hear them. Sorry if y'all had to hear them, but, you know, whatever. I ended up, like, calling it around, like, season 6 because, like, okay, well, you know, if you're not sold by season 5, then, you know, it's all downhill from here. The best episode is over. The best season is over. Yeah, okay, you know, maybe it's time to just call it and admit that, like, we can watch shows that we all will like, you know. Not that I disliked it, just that, you know, I feel like it was sort of a, just a collective decision of like, yeah, let's just move on, let's just go. It's fine. We watched some good stuff, and, like, my mom liked it well enough, but my dad really hated it, turns out. I don't know. Maybe it's just like you had to be there or you had to be a teen at the time to really like fully get why Buffy was like the shit. I wonder if older people enjoyed Buffy at all, or if it's just like, you know, you had to be like of the generation. I'll say the music in Buffy, one of the like textbook cases of like, this music sucks. It's from the aughts. Yeah, that just explains it, right? Late 90s, early aughts music, kind of, poopy. You know? Kind of just like, yeah, this music, you know, the characters in it, you know, like Giles is out there saying like, I don't know about this music, man. And Buffy's like, you don't get it. It's just, it's, you know, the kids are into it. And nowadays, like 20 years later, I think we can all look back and go like, Giles was right. Giles was right about that. Giles was correct. Giles was on point. How old was Giles? Are we all Giles' age now? Am I Giles' age now? He's gotta be like 45, right? Mid 40s, maybe upwards of 50. I got some time before I'm Giles. I got some time before I'm Giles' age, right? Let me hit complete. Awesome Bryce is up next. Let me put in chat. Whoops, give me a second. This needs to go into the YouTube chat, and I forgot to have my cursor in the YouTube chat, so I need to do it again. Don't mind. How old was Giles? Based on the age of the actor, well, AI says, okay, but let's not look at AI. Probably like early 40s. So, yeah. Okay, shit. The actor was like early 40s when the show started. So, yeah, shit. I don't got that much longer before I'm Giles' age. Hello, Puriux. The queue is closed, but feel free. Let me know if you want to get one in, and I can let you in. You haven't had one tonight, have you? I don't think I've seen you tonight. I'm always up to let someone get in. Just say if you want to. Just announce, you know? I don't see Bryce. Let's punch this in and do it. I'm all out of cards now. Indeed, I forgot to make the thing. Now you haven't. It's just a simple traditional level. You're welcome to get in a traditional level here. Here, blade open. If you want to get one in, it's up to you. But I'll let you. Oh, you haven't been here. Gotcha. Okay. I thought you said you meant no, I haven't. Like I haven't got a level. Gotcha. Okay. I understood. Context is important. Close. Let's go. Your dad is 42. Damn, he's young. I'm going on 35 this year. So that'll be fun. My dad's in his like 60s or 70s or so. He's around there. I don't know. Well, since retired, you know. Which is nice. It must be nice to retire. Must be nice to retire and not have to do work other than, you know, quote unquote, around the house. I'll say I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't mind, like, continuing to do, like, streaming and stuff well after for, you know, as long as I can. Though, you think that a lot of streamers will be streaming, like, well into their 50s and 60s and stuff? I don't know. I wouldn't mind doing it, though. That'd be fun. You know, if I got up to, like, you know, 50 and was still going, you know, after, like, at that point it'd be, like, decades of streaming. The thing is, streaming has only been around so long, so, like, people who started streaming at the very start have barely had time to, like, you know, get, like, into their 50s and stuff. Maybe some have, but, you know, it's rare. Some people, I think, have started later. Like, I do know that, like, Dan Reichert, he has set up his dad to stream, and he never has because, it, you know, from what I hear, it sounds like, he just doesn't like anything that's a big to-do. But all he has to do is hit a button, and then he can get money for beer, because people will give him money for beer, probably. You know, Dan Reichert's a big streamer. You know, as a result, his dad, a lot of people know his dad. And how weird he is, and would love to give him money for beer and cigarettes, honestly. They would do it. If he just hit the stream button. Older people should stream more, I don't know. I wonder what I'll look like when I'm old. Probably similar to my dad, just slightly receding hairline, slightly grayer hair, and, you know, similar otherwise. Maybe I'll be less in shape. Even less in shape, jeez. Who could say? That's a future we're not facing yet, you know. I'll have to have readers, you know. I got another LASIK consultant on Tuesday morning. So once I do that, I'll have all the information I need, and I'll decide like who I'm gonna do LASIK with, and probably do LASIK within the next couple weeks. Might be a week or so without a stream, if like I need more time to recover from that, but we'll see what happens. That's I haven't really decided on when to do that, other than I know I want it to be well early enough so that by the birthday stream it'll be good, which is in May, sometime in April. It'll be nice to be able to see. We need an old man streaming giving us life advice and a drunk old man smoking a cigarette. I bet there are such people out there, and eventually we will be that, you know, eventually I will be that man, assuming I just don't go, fuck it, I'm just gonna play my video games in peace now. Honestly, I don't know what I'd do, dismiss that level, Bryce did not confirm. I don't know what I'd do without the stream every week, you know? I don't know how I'd spend the time that I spend streaming and putting together content and other such things. Maybe I would go out on a walk now and again and get some exercise and would be better in shape. That seems quite likely. Before I was a streamer during the pandemic, I was definitely in much better habits as far as walking goes. I should try to walk once a week or something. That would be a good idea, but who has the time, man? I don't know. Happy Gamer, you're up. Go ahead and confirm. I meant to talk about Switch 2 during this, like, final couple level downtime, but instead I talked about how I'm old and getting older, and eventually I will be, like, actually, you know, actually for real old. Damn. You know, at that point, it'll be fun because, you know, when I say things like, you know, back in my day, we had DKC2, and DKC2 was the best game. You know, people are gonna know, like, oh yeah, you're old. You're an old man. Yeah, me too. I'm also an old man. I'm gonna shake my cane at the younger generation playing their, like, their phone Fortnite. 5 days, I think, right? So, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. If you don't include today, then yeah, it's on Wednesday. So 4 days without not counting today. Yeah. 4 days basically. I can talk about that. That's exciting. I'm really curious, like, what they show. How they show off the mouse. What games are there to demo it. If there's, like, third-party games that are there specifically because they show off the mouse. Happy Gamer hasn't confirmed, so let's truck. I'm very curious what they're gonna pull out. And I feel like... Hey, this on-off is what we need. I feel like this is really all we need from games, right? From consoles, right? Like, I feel like after this one, they can take it easy for a while, you know? I see what we're doing here. You're using the fireballs to, make sure, like, which routes end in death and which ones are good. Very good. Maybe the Switch 3 will be where it's at. Maybe that one will be, like, the limits of, like, how good a system needs to be. But I think, like, the Xbox is already there. I think the PlayStation is already there. I really don't see why you would do another PlayStation or another Xbox unless it was a portable one. Do, like, a Series X quality portable. Wait, what? None of these had the thing. Confused. It's also the end of scroll lock, so that should tell us something. I don't know, like, how much more software, console hardware we need after this generation. I feel like we can just take it easy and just say, like, okay, well, you know what? We got what we needed. We can stop, making new ones now. 8K TVs will be a thing, but, like, they're not an important thing, and, you know, honestly, I can't tell the difference between 4K and 1080p myself, really, that acutely. Honestly, and like 4K versus 8K, like, forget about it. That's going to be like, here we go. We go backwards now. That's gonna be like even more indiscernible, I think. Yeah, Mario Kart will definitely be in there. Yeah. Here we go. We go down here. Also, we got a checkpoint, so that refreshes our thing. My TV is OLED. It's a couple years ago, geez, I think it was before I was a streamer even, it was the TV that people said, like, oh, this is the TV you should get. It's the best 4K TV, best response rate, things of that nature. It's like the C6 or something? C9? I forget what the numbers was. But it was like C something or other. And, you know, I got it, and I'm pretty happy with it. What am I doing? This is, bold. Wish phone screens were OLED? I feel like they used to be. Like, I remember having an OLED Zune back, like, 20 years ago, a Zune HD, and that was a beautiful screen. I don't know why it's not, why OLED, mobile devices are not more common nowadays. I don't know. I mean, I guess the thing with like the new iPhone, the current iPhone technology, right, is that they're so good, you know, the edges of the screen, you can't tell like where they start and stuff. So, you know, they're allowed to just mix like, okay, here's the edge of the screen, here's the thing. And a lot of that is because they're as good as an OLED is as far as the blacks go, as far as like the contrast goes. I don't know if we really need like OLED screens then, you know, considering that everything looks magical, you know. Everything looks great now. I don't know that we really need that quality, but I don't know. Maybe it would help. Maybe it would be good. Excellent. Excellent. You'd like to watch anime on an OLED screen? Yeah, that'd be nice. It's nice to watch things on good screens. I'll say that. Very cool. Thank you, Happy Gamer. We got through. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Let me hit complete and bring up the next level. It's Pukes who was just talking about the Switch announcement and how it's coming up. So we have confirmation. We're good to go. Let's go ahead and punch this in. It's a nice traditional level, so probably not below 1%. Probably no bonus heads. That's fine, that's good. Let's do it. I think with 5 tries, that should be plenty. Excited about the Switch 2. So excited to find out more details. And I feel like if anyone's like underestimating Nintendo after that Direct, which admittedly was a mid-Direct, like this next Direct, they'll bring in their A game. Mario Kart for sure. Probably 3D Mario? Probably 3D Mario. Gonna have to put up I have a short prepared that's like a clip from the Mario Odyssey playthrough stream that I did, and it's just a short clip where I talk about like, oh, they're gonna make another one, and I'm gonna put that up on April 1st, and hope that by the next day it's proven right immediately. That's gotta be good timing to put up that short. It's ready to go, and of course I actually said, you know, it actually happened like a year ago. That's a stream where I said that, but regardless, now it's going to be posted the day before. And I'm going to be able to go like, ooh, look at that. I predicted it. Because I did. Or I didn't. And it's going to be another 3D Mario or Galaxy 2 or something. Or like a new thing. I hope it's Odyssey 2. I'll say, Odyssey 2 would be fucking exciting as hell. I know it's April Fool's Day, that can't be helped. I'm not gonna get up before the Direct and put it up like an hour before. No way. I'm gonna do it like a day before. And the thing on the day of will be unrelated. Not like I honor April Fool's Day anyway. Wait, that Super World stream is on April 1st, huh? Fuck. Whatever, that's fine. That doesn't, I don't mind. I'm not gonna reschedule that to Sunday. I like my Sunday to be free and unoccupied, you know? I like to sleep in all day and not do nothing. Oh wait, Tuesday is April 1st, that's right. Monday is day before April 1st. I'm good, no worries, no worries. Yeah, no stream on Tuesday, no stream on Tuesday. We got through. Excellent. Let me hit complete and would you look at that? That's the last level. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Well, folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. Ooh. That is going to do it for tonight. Let me do the things that I do at the end of a stream. Let me make myself big. Let me pull up the schedule. I'll be seeing you on Monday of all days for the Super World stream. I'm gonna play through the Super World in full, from start to finish. I don't know how long that's gonna take. I really don't know, like, roundabout how long it takes to do my Super World in full, whether that's an hour or 2 hours. But I'll say I think I did. There were no levels in queue, right? Let me check. I think I played your level. Did we play Scott Meyer's level? Let me see. Viewer. Let me go back real fast. Warp World, and just see that it's not there. Yes, says 06I. Okay, good. We did play it. Oh wait, no, accidentally banned. Okay, crap. Fuck. Whoops. My bad. Apologies. I fucked it up. Sorry. I fat-fingered the ban button, I think. Let me do that. A little more tonight. Yeah. And I'll give you a free refresh on account of I totally fucked up. I totally fucked that up. Stay in your stay in line. If you're in line for the viewer level, stay in line. That was my bad. Get the end of stream stuff down. We got you. I sometimes screw that up. I'm sorry. that happens. Okay. I'll give you a free refresh if we run out. We'll do another 7 if we run out. And this will be good. We'll do it in 1, and we'll end the stream. We won't need the refresh at all. We will need to type it right. That's a 6, not a 9. Thwomp defeat. Hint, look at the pipes. High clear rate. Okay. Let's do it. Last level of the night. Apologies. Yeah, sometimes I fat finger that stuff. You know, there is a thing that there is a thing on, like, browser things that you can do where you can do, like, ad block, right? And you can program it to be like, okay, certain kinds of, like, when you see certain kinds of things, just, like, take them out of the web page, you know? Ads is what it's mainly used for, but if I could hide the ban button from me, and, like, make it so that I couldn't ban anyone unintentionally, that would help me a lot, honestly. I hope I'm not accidentally, like, removing anyone as well, just doing the block occasionally. In any case, you know, you gotta be careful about all that stuff. A confirmation would be nice on ban, I'll say. There we go. Got the last one done. Okay, shit. Again, my bad. That won't happen again. Or it will happen again, but I will apologize every time it happens. Get that down. Big lower left schedule. Okay. I'll be back on Monday to play through my full Super World. And if I do it fast the first time, you know, getting through every level with a minimum number of tries, that'll just be it. But if I don't, maybe I'll try like a couple more times, try to get a better time. You know, try to get something clean in for the time to put on the Super World as the time to shoot for, you know. Or maybe just one good solid try, you know, from me, the maker, is good enough for a part-time, you know. You don't necessarily need to be like a speed run or like a super tight thing. We'll see. We'll think about it. That'll be on Monday. Just me playing through the Super World front to finish, and maybe I'll do attempts to try to get it all done really fast. You know, maybe I'll try it a couple different times. Try to, like, do it fast and crap. Then I'll be back on Friday. I will not have a stream on Tuesday. Last Tuesday, we finished Cameo Elements of Power, and that means this whole, like, random replay, rare playthrough gimmick is in on hiatus between playthroughs. But the week after, I will come back with either Conker's Bad Fur Day, Star Fox Adventures, or the mystery game. We are down to just 3. We are getting through these games really fast. I'll say the plan is to add more games for the as part of the birthday stream, maybe based on a sub goal, but we'll see how many games are even left to be added to by that point, you know. Really, it depends, like, if Conquer or Star Fox Adventures go long, which I think they might. I think those are longer games than, I think Star Fox Adventures especially is maybe the longest of the 6. So that might be 3 or 4 streams, honestly. Or even maybe more, I don't know. That'll be coming up, and also, if you're looking for viewer levels, that will be on Friday, as usual. Next time we will have so much nonsense to discuss, so much crap to discuss from the direct from anime that will have aired by then. Starts airing like on Tuesday or something. You know, start of the month and all. That'll be fun. That'll be next weekend. Let me see who I can send you to. Let's see who's good. Scrolling. Who should I send you to? Games Done Quick. Does Games Done Quick disallow raids? I feel like they disallow raids. But apparently they're doing like a warpless speedrun. They disallow raids. Yep, okay. That is fine. Okay, let's see. Who are we rating? Mr. Just Easy is doing viewer levels, but the queue is closed, looks like, so maybe I'll send you somewhere else in particular. Who's doing something fun? Thinking. Let's go with, gotta make a decision. How about Bakun? He's watching something weird. Bakun is always watching something weird. That's fine, that's cool. I'll send you there. Don't have enough people to send you to Dan Reichert, or I would. But whatever. I'll see ya on Monday for the Super World stream, where we'll play through the Super World and maybe try to speedrun it a couple times. We'll see, time allowing. I need to make a thumbnail for the live version of that. Probably sooner than the stream happens. I need to do that ahead of time. I will do that. I'll also put up the VOD. Look for this VOD, like, in a couple hours or so. And look for shorts every day, and all sorts of other things whenever. Give your love to the VOD, give your love to all the stuff that I do. Give your love to Bakun, I guess? Yeah, sure, why not? I will see y'all on Monday for Super World stuff, and then again on Friday for more viewer levels, and then on the Tuesday after that for another random rare playthrough to be determined randomly on that stream by spinning a wheel. We'll see. I'll see you on Monday, folks. Y'all have a good one. Bye.